Good evening, my squids and octos. Welcome to SOS number 39. I'm Super Fern here, joined by my good old friend, Mr. Reef. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Hey everyone, I'm Reef. Me, Fern, will be commentating SOS 39, so we're saying 39. First up today on Groups Round 1, we're going to be having Pickup versus Paradise. Pickup in Paradise, being a good established team with I believe Kaiser and Daybreak subbing for them on their roster right now. So it'll be interesting to see who we see coming up first today.
And can you tell me a little bit about these players that you see on the screen, Mr. Reef? What do you find peculiar about choices of weapons, strategies that you're familiar with? Do you have anything in mind?
I don't really know too much about the teams, but I do know for a fact Eevee does use Carbon, so he'll probably be sharking around the ledges to try and get those sneaky kills over on people, because that is what really rollers in general are used for. And then we also have right now we have Kaiser. I'm not sure where Kaiser plays. I believe he can just play like CDS if I'm not wrong, but yeah, other than that, can't really think of anything else looking at the teams here.
That's okay. And on end zones and anchovy, it's been a while since I actually saw anchovy zones. Mostly I always think people start with reef nowadays, but like, anchovy, I have a soft spot for this map. And what can we expect from anchovy zones? Always a good thing to predict what's gonna happen.
Yeah, Anchovy is a really underrated map, I guess you could say. It's really fun to play on, besides if you're using BO Bomb and your bombs get covered by that like post that comes up and down with the fans. So, it'll be you always have to remember that to keep your bombs away from that thing that's rising up and down. So
The fans.
Yes, if you don't do it, then you'll be a pretty bad subject to it very soon. So it's happened to me multiple times.
I agree. I couldn't agree even more with you. And we're gonna start with the zones match right now. I hope, honestly, we do see double leaders on both teams. That's my first bet, as it is.
Yeah, E-Leader is definitely good on this map for sure. It'd be interesting to see if they pull it out. Looks like we will be seeing a C-Jet instead, backline-wise, and no backline from the side of Paradise. So it'll be fun to see what happens with Paradise. No backline's coming. It's becoming a bit more common now, so let's see how Pickup does against it.
I mean, Emmett's gonna be the one spamming Rays as soon as they can. I think we're gonna see both of those specials popping up even before armor comes in. Well, we got armor from Paradise and missiles popping in quite a way. The Junior is saving the armor for their time to push, but unfortunately will go down even with the armor from the Junior. The Junior is in a very tight spot. The Carbon's trying to survive. Pink for the Junior is just trying to get away. The CDS, the NZAP is pushing so hard, and unfortunately the Junior had to back off. Ooh, that was not a good opening for Paradise and a perfect opening for Pickup.
That was good for Paradise though, how they were able to cap zone very quickly. Especially considering they got the zone very quickly. Everyone went for zone, and then everyone went from there. But Pickup was able to off-pick them, let no way to back them up. But right now, it looks like Eevee is pushing up over to right fan using their auto bomb launcher to try and push up and get some coverage for everyone. Eevee right now trying to get those ledge kills right now. Looks like Eevee is trying to go for another kill right now. It looks like they get double teamed with only one up on the side of Paradise now.
Usually I don't have much compassion when I'm fighting Carbons and I'm like 3 kilometers away from the ledge and somehow they manage to flick in and pick me up because I'm playing defensive. But I did feel for the Carbon right now, trying to get the pick on the Junior that was trying to survive. I felt that was just like a little bit missed to the right, and then the horizontal flick was also not getting the splat, was also unfortunate, but that's okay. Paradise is trying their best. They already got in a 4v3 situation, trying to paint the zone. Junior and CDS going for another set of missiles, trying to get the paint. Clearly this will go to Paradise. They get the zone quite well. Emmett has the Stingray. Paradise lose 2 people right now. It's a 2v3 situation on the hands of Pickup, and now the control of the zone might shift just a little bit before the Vanilla Dilly Scorchers has an opportunity to shark and get another pick.
Yeah, the VDS is actually a pretty surprising pick that we're seeing pulled out more. With its missiles, it's becoming more and more common because of missiles. Missiles is becoming a really good weapon right now, or a special weapon to try and push everyone back, displace people, and so on. But right now, looks like Lucas, I believe, is pushing up and with that junior and trying to get lay some bombs down on the ground to try and get some pain. As right now, they're just going back and forth, supporting or just putting a little damage on the enemy team with bombs.
Pick up right now on a 4v2 situation, remove all the penalty. The Jet Scorcher is already pressuring from the enemy fan. This is already pretty much of an aggressive push. It's already impossible for Paradise, but can they push off the bubbles having triggered in the zone? And the first game will go to Pick Up with a well-played special coordination at the very end. I'd like to also say it's Wednesday. My dudes, Awesome Frog 302 is wishing good luck to every team that is playing today.
Yeah, that you know, great Wednesday, especially here whenever SOS whenever it's one of SOS's running days. It's always a good thing to see SOS running, and it's sad to see whenever it's one of SOS's running days. But yeah, moving on to game 2, we will be seeing Tower Control and Schellendorf. Right now, I will say for a fact, Carbon will not be playing on this because Carbon is not too well on this map. So it'll be interesting to see what Eevee picks up. I know he picks up other weapons and flexes to them if needed. So overall, this map is definitely more centered for long-range weapons, as in very long-range weapons such as 4K, Hydra, that kind of stuff. So it'll be cool to see what both teams pick.
Shout out to Popgun. Next time I see you on glass on Tower Control Schellendorf, I will snipe you once again. And I do agree, Schellendorf Institute is a very bad map for a Carbon. And I do agree that unless the Carbon plays like a god, and I'm not doubting anyone's skills, I just say that it's statistically unlikely to see Carbon on this map. And the checkpoints itself, specifically the second one, requires that you have so much control and a little bit more range over the overlook that is standing just in front of the tower and the glass on your right side from the checkpoint, that I do agree that a little bit of more range, or at least a little bit more of splatting power, might be interesting. So we might see a little bit of the sloshing machine, we might see a little bit of the 52 gal, but we're still getting a lot of, even the vanilla dual structures might be an interesting pick to keep. But mostly the control of glass will give the opportunity for the team to first engage the other team.
Yes, VDS would definitely be a good choice here with the missiles. If you're using it, if you need a missiles weapon and you're good with the structures, VDS is a good choice for it. Just to pressure out the team, displace out the team, like if they have a backline or something, especially on this map, since most anchors will be staying up over on glass. It's good to have a missile on this map just to try and put a bit more pressure. And it looks like we have a DC with the junior, so we'll be having a replay. So
we'll be having a well-deserved replay. I think, who was I commentating last week? They were saying that because they were on mic, they always have a DC on the field, and now I'm remembering the person. Yeah, that is Magic. Magic is probably on the Twitch chat. That's why. That explains. Oh, 2 down the NZF. NZF's going on fire, getting loads and loads of kills. Look at the tech.
Zap is definitely going to get a top rank in this game. I mean, I don't know. They're just like the way that they got those 2 kills off of that, off those missiles. It'll be good for them. As right now, it looks like Pickup was able to get a knockout. Crazy, great job for them. But it looks like we'll be replaying this anyways, so sucks for them.
But we actually managed to see their comp just before they actually play, so we did call that Eevee might have a little bit of difficulty with Carbon, and the pickup, and Eevee's team obviously has barely nothing of range, so that indeed might be a problem. And like the longest range is the Crapid. Unless the Crapid managed to get the charger off guard, my eggs are on my eyes are gonna be a 2-0 after this match. What do you think?
For sure. Yeah.
But don't worry, we can see it. Everything can change. You just gotta believe, and you can win every matches, even with Quad YouTuber.
Exactly. You have to have that faith in yourself. If you don't have faith in yourself, you're not gonna win. You're like, oh, I know we're not gonna win the set. You're not gonna win the set. You always have to have that good mindset to try and how do you say it? Like brighten up,
win.
I guess.
That's
but
true.
Yeah. It seems our Eevee from last game in their page looks like they will in fact be going Carbon. Kind of surprising, and it looks like even though this is a very good backline map, it seems Paradise will still be keeping the no backline, as Squib right now is using the craft to try and pressure the other team. And right now it's just a sharking over near glass, going over to left side now.
Unfortunately, Eevee was on glass and was picked by the Charger. Didn't have enough speed, and now the Charger is back on glass. The pickup team managed to stop Paradise from breaking even the first checkpoint. Bubble coming from the left side of the map, gets one. Barbie will get two. The missiles coming in, might have to back off. That's okay. The bubble is still in place, and it's only one person alive from Paradise, and it's the Crapid trying to get a little bit of advantage, trying to stop pickup from pushing even beyond the first checkpoint. The small lead that they have was just broken. Stingray coming in with armor. Eevee trying to get a sneaky peek by the tower. Unfortunately, the Squeezer has a little bit of height. Will not go down to the Carbon. Squib right here using the baller, trying to get this, make sure that the enemy team doesn't get the second checkpoint. The other one almost managed to get a pick. Bubbles coming in once again, and it's already 52 points for pickup. That is not a good spot for Paradise right now.
Not at all. It's like Emmett right now with their scope will be staying back over near glass, not pushing up at all, and it looks like Eevee is going to be sharking over near under glass and will be picked off by one of the Zaps, I believe. Squib right now with the Crapid going over to the far right, which is a good position overall to have on this map. No matter your weapon, if you have someone over there just pressuring tower, it's overall a really good placement for you. Right now, it looks like Emmett with the Predator is trying to defend themselves, and looks like they're able to pick off Eevee with a shot, but it looks like they will fall down to a Squib's Crapid.
Shot for the win, but the karma is there, and the jump just before you're taking off will get the enough damage to flat Mr. Emmett just before it could. And Crapid unfortunately lost the 1v1 against the Charger, and will struggle a little bit more for their team to start picking, and Paradise will have any more struggle. I'm noticing in general that the Jax here with the NZAP is just being so much efficient with painting in general. With half of the match already gone, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 5 missiles have already been used, and unfortunately going down would not make this into a 10 missiles match, but the point is that I did notice that the pickup is just have most of the control of the map.
Yeah, Eevee right now, in fact, was able to get a pick as they're pushing up, and now they're backing up, rolling away. It seems Jax right now overall just trying to stay up there and stay in that position, while it looks like Kaiser will be backing up with their KL. I mean, which is a good idea considering that they were the only one alive at that time. Seems the Squeezer right now is never mind. Kaiser decided to push up again, and it looks like it'll be a 3v3 right now. Mr. right now just being overall in a good midline spot for the position they're in right now. It's a 3v4. Eevee trying to pick them off, but it looks like Eevee will be get picked off.
Oh, you swept
and then the Squeezer tries to a bomb.
But to be fair, the Squeezer was in such a position that was like there was so much enemy ink on both sides that I don't blame them for falling to that bomb.
Yeah, it's overall whenever you're in that kind of situation, you're overall kind of pressured because of the ink and bomb. So completely understandable. But right now, Eevee trying to get that sneaky pick on the Predator. Looks like they reveal them. So looks like they revealed themselves too much before, and it looks like Eevee right now is trying to stick for their lives as they take off They take off the zap, and they're still alive, pushing up, and it looks like Jax is able to pick them off.
Shout out to Eevee. That carbon was moving left and right, but unfortunately we couldn't see the entire action. But the carbon managed to survive. That was an amazing display of skill, baiting the fall back and then going forward, and so he doesn't get picked by the end zap. That was very well played from Eevee. Shout outs to Eevee.
Yeah, and in fact, I think that's a DC, but it looks like that it's too late for any replays to be played. So that's really upsetting for Paradise, as right now they have to stick through the 4v3, and whatever the result is of the game, that's the result of the game. So it's really upsetting to see. But it looks like Kaiser right now, and Eevee pairing up, Eevee going down. It looks like Jax is trying to take off the Kagao, but they'll end up on the power with about 10 seconds left, and things are not looking for Paradise right now.
I'm trying to come into at least Paradise, another chance to at least step on the tower, but unfortunately they didn't have an opportunity to step on it. The last person was Pickup, and that was going to be GG's. Second game goes to Pickup, and we're going to go to the third match of the game. Speaking of DCs, I'm gonna be honest, one of the things I kind of don't like when DC is that weapons that are so white, majority white, are so hard to notice when there's a disconnection. It's always Vanilla Luna, the second Luna, and the Junior are like almost impossible to tell. And I think one of the rollers as well, one of the flings.
Yeah, the Junior is definitely a real pain to tell if someone's DC for sure. But yeah, because of the fact that this is a playoff 3, not best of 3 playoff, we will be going on to Clambless Piranha, and Paradise still isn't out right now. They can change it for a 2-1, which may help them out later on with tiebreakers and stuff on what bracket they will get placed on. So they still have to keep up.
No, yeah, like I like the system of Sink or Save. It allows people to just like understand their level skill as they currently at. Don't take it as a grain of salt. Like understand that like there are gonna be times that you're gonna be placed on different brackets, and you kind of have I would say that you feel happy that you're not just gonna stop playing the tournament because you lost like two matches. You're still go to a specific bracket, and the specific bracket once in, and you start winning on the bracket to next because you are winning against team that is moving up and down the.
Yeah, in fact, right now we will be going over onto game 3 right now. We're starting up, and we have not started. It looks like Pickup going with their CJ again, which is a very good map for Ray, especially because of how it's very open. You can see everything, and if you stay over towards your left side in your basket, then you can easily reach the other side without barely anything blocking it. So it's overall a really good map for Ray. So it's very understandable. It looks like, in fact, as I was saying, that 30 people go down on Paradise. So right now, Pickup trying to get some map control before they go and push up. And maybe right now with the siege, just picking clams up and just going around trying to get ready for the push. That'll be happening very soon.
Shout out to Lucas with the Junior, manages to survive a fight against a Gal on a 1v1 at close range, and now Pickup with the 2 power clams scoring, breaking the 48 mark. It is definitely good Pickup right now.
For sure. It seems right now Kaiser was able to end that push right there, currently sitting on a 2v1 as Crap is the only one left alive over on the side of Paradise. But right now Pickup just has to get a power clam in right now, and they already have another push. They're in a really good position to try and get another push in right now, as Jax is just being very annoying over on the right side.
Eevee, right? Okay, that was a good flick for the carbon itself, and getting the trade not necessarily means a good thing for Paradise, but in general, I always like seeing good 1v1s in general. Pickup right here, breaking already the penalty, and already gonna 24 points mark. It's already pretty nasty for Pickup to just KO pretty tight soon, but unfortunately Paradise will at least give a little bit more breath, and unfortunately my man Ahmed will fall into the water to take a quick bath. they will come back sooner or later, but a little bit less smelly. Or no, do you consider it waters smelly or clean?
Probably more smelly considering I believe it's like a lake, I think, and I don't really find a lake water to be that kind of, clean. So I mean, I find it more smelly water, so that'd be kind of hard to come back to.
Am I right here? Popping the rage, trying to get the pick on the ball from Paradise, trying to get the pick on the person on the right side as much as they can, trying to just corner Paradise into just one simple corner. The Paradise City is gonna be that specific area underneath their basket. That's what I pick up doing in general. Eevee doesn't like that idea, and everyone approaching their Paradise City will say no, and Eevee will just try to get the opportunity to get a little bit more turf, to get that bomb chicken rush coming in right now. Armor on both teams being popped. Armor being one of the biggest specials in the game for competitive in general just for play. But unfortunately, Eevee jumped into a 3v1 situation. Didn't live as long, but it was a good movement from the Carbon in general.
Yes, right now Lucas over with their junior on mid with the power clam just overall just swimming around trying to get paint overall to try get ready for a push, but it looks like Emmett will be going down, and Eevee with the Carbon is just getting picks and overall just being annoying over near the basket. And it looks like they did not break their claim. They were able to get a jump jump right outside their spawn.
45, 25, it's just one off lead. All they need is just one clam. Can they do it? Eevee, the junior throws the clam and gets a 22 points. It's not over yet for Paradise. They managed to get the lead. Good work, junior, doing exactly an amazing throw with the pocket, but unfortunately Lucas cannot make it to the power basket, and the power will be sitting just nearby it, and Eevee just waiting for the next victim, Sharky, and get the pick. But unfortunately Eevee will go down, but with 42 points remaining, they only need one power clan to just break the penalty. Pickup has the opportunity to take the lead back, gets one person. Unfortunately, the bomb doesn't get the second one. The wall doesn't stop Emmett just yet. The Gao managed to stop before the power. That's amazing from the Gao. Amazing work from the Gao.
Pickup, it looks like the Zap over from the side of Pickup was able to save the ball right there. Two down from the side of Paradise right now. It looks like they're going to be able to get that ball, and four fams left. It looks like they're going to be able to knock it out right here as a good ending to the set. That set overall was a really good one, especially up right onto the end, especially because Paradise right now, they need to keep this momentum going to try and push on over through the rest of it. Because I mean, if I were to come back from that one, I wouldn't really be feeling more upset. I'd be feeling like more energized because of the fact that we were able to take it that far and defend that far. Like Pickup was able to come back easily that game, but Paradise did try to make that good comeback push, but sadly was not able to come back to that. But yeah, it looks like that would be the end of round one groups. Round two will be coming up soon. So yeah. Oh, we'll see you soon.
Welcome from this marvelous day that is SOS on a Wednesday, 39. We're now gonna move to the second set for Watch Party versus PhimoSquad. I am more familiar myself with those names of the Watch Party. Mostly Cosmos. I think they play in 96. Lord Esper, Long. I do remember that in the back of my head, but I'm trying to remember what do they actually play. Maybe I'm not confusing Long with Log, but Long definitely plays. I don't know. I'm screaming at a K-shot of 52 gal. And what gonna be the maps for today is gonna be Marvelous Snapper Rainmaker, Zanzo Mako, and TC Reef. I don't know if Reef. What do you think of those maps, Mr. Reef?
I think personally TC Reef, me. That's it. Rainmaker Snapper though, it's a map. Rainmaker Snapper is definitely I don't want to say a popular Rainmaker map, but it's definitely something that you do see a bit in tournaments. So as it seems right now, we are about to start the match right now. Countdown is sticking out and looks like we will be starting now.
You know something that recently happened to me? I saw a custom jet squatcher get 11 stingrays on Rainmaker Sniper Canal.
Yes, I agree.
If this person is watching, shout out to a person named Marta. That's their IG, and I screenshot that match.
It seems right now both teams will be pulling out C-Jet, so that's a very common weapon for Rainmaker, considering how you can easily get Ray, and once you pop Ray, you can easily pick off Rainmaker and pick off everyone else around it. So it's overall a good special for this Cosmos right now with the Zap, just swimming between trying to protect themselves and make sure that they don't get picked off. As long as them having one of their teammates getting 2 assists from their armor, 2 down from the side of from squad right now. So then never mind, that's a wipe. So right now this is a very good opportunity for Watch Party to push up and get a counter push ready.
Neither was the Zap, neither was the 52 that pick up the Rainmaker. There is 3 specials at least in play that can play. Here comes the armor from the NZap, Booyah Bomb from the 52 gal. Rainmaker trying their best, not only get flanked from behind, but also go as further as they can. 52 gal trying to get underneath their overlook, climbing up. Rainmaker shot is also helping a lot. The wall is thrown, but unfortunately the Rainmaker will go down. Most likely the K-Pro getting the pick just before the Stingray from PhimoSquad. 52 gal getting to a 1v1 situation, but unfortunately it's over. 52 I have the higher ground from the NZap, says otherwise, and it's going to be the end of the push for Watch Party.
It seems Kanan right now is jumping back in to try and at least stay up in this position. Lonk right now with their K-Shot just trying to provide pressure onto the other team. It looks like that'll be 2 down, so right now Watch Party needs to back up to make sure that they can try and defend well, because PhimoSquad will definitely be coming back very soon with the push.
Rainmaker backing me. The shield has not been broken just yet. Jet Squatcher and K-Pro from PhimoSquad are the 2 remaining with a 4v3 situation. Booyah Bomb is being thrown. It almost managed to pick up the custom Jet Squatcher, but the custom Jet Squatcher jumps out and they have Ray. It's gonna be a situation they manage to push away from 52, go away to 50, they go away to 40, they go away to 35. It's gonna be a lead for Watch Party, and the Jet Squatcher loses the 1v1 Stingray battle on a Sniper with only 2 people alive. NZap trying to get the pick, but the 4 shots to Splat versus the 3 shots from the Octoshot, not to mention the fire rate, will give the win to the 1v1 for the Octoshot.
Esper, just like to commentate on how he was able to stay pushed up for a while just to try and stay up there. Overall, he had to jump back in, and they couldn't really do much from that. But overall, having to stay over there, even if you are the last one standing, is a really good strategy to have. Just so that in case you are able to get another push, you already have a starting point.
Do agree with the Inkjet being popped. The Booyah Bomb managed to corner 1 person on their spawn. Unfortunately, the K-Pro will go down once again. It was the person carrying. Was that a wall splat? No, it wasn't, but it was close. Very close. The Rainmaker, actually, the Rainmaker got splattered exactly where the Octoshot was supposed to land, right?
I'm not sure.
Because probably you got a little bit of damage from the Rainmaker shield over anything else. And that definitely was a miscalculation from the Octoshot if that actually happened. With 1 minute and 30 seconds, 52 Gal tried to get into a situation but jumps into 2v1 without managing to get one on that trade, and that fire and redness of the eyes going for the ends up. It is understandable trying to get the armor from the enemy team. It will not pay off, and we'll get splatted.
It seems like right now, Peru is trying to pick off the Zap, and it looks like they're able to with a trade. 3v2, and Watch Party's favor right now. Watch Party really needs to get more paint, and they're able to get one ready as they only have a minute left. They don't have much breathing room to try and get that lead. It looks like Kanon right now over on the enemy Snipe just trying to overall provide a bit more pressure and just try to get some picks off. It looks like they'll be popping bomb to try and help their teammates over on the left side with the Rainmaker, as Kanon's the only one left now. So
Couldn't agree more. We're seeing a lot of the 52 Gal, and I think it's a 52 Gal with Haunt. I did not pay attention to that. Maybe you got a little glimpse of the silhouette of the squids, and that's actually pretty interesting. Like 52 with Haunt, is it good or bad?
I think it really depends on the player. If you have the open space for it and you don't really have a good shirt ability for it, then you could put it up if you would like. It can only help you, can't really hurt you. So overall with a K-Gal specialty, because if you die, it'll be good. But it looks like that would be the end of the game with the first game going to Watch Party, I believe.
First game, Watch Party, and now we're gonna go. I think you said, what was your opinion again about TC Reef? You actually did say you enjoyed, right?
TC Reef overall is kind of a mixed feelings map for me.
My mistake. Zones Mako.
Zones Mako. Zones Mako, whatever, is a really good map. Mainly because it's really even. There's not really weapon that you can say is bad on this map. So overall, the picks that we can see on this map, it very depends on the players. So.
Actually, I like that statement. That's something that not many people actually did say from Mako, because I can actually see Tent, Manta. Oh, my mistake. We are not gonna go for Mako zones. We're gonna go to Manta zones. I'm sorry for the mistakes from the commentators. But I do want to save a comment for that if we ever see Mako zones pop up again. So let's say Manta zones. What do you think, Reef? I give you the ball back.
Manta is definitely it's a map. It's not really I'd say one of the better half of Blossom's maps, but it's definitely it's not a bad one. If you see it in tournaments, I can see why it's put in. It's the map overall is not a bad choice. So overall for weapons though, I feel like Esper is gonna go for one of the Chargers, but it depends. I feel like they're gonna go for Fire Fin.
I kinda understand the little bit difference between Manta and Mako. Manta, I do feel that is a little bit more always like it's planned. Like those moves or those coordinates are way more evident that you're always gonna do a specific types of retake, and it's just a who can survive the retakes more.
Yeah, and it looks like from PhimoSquad, it looks like we'll have double shot, which is an interesting pull up for a comp. I mean, I've never really saw it before, so it's if you're going for a hyper aggro comp, considering that this team doesn't really have a backline, then yeah, I can definitely see this working. If you want to be very aggro, looks like they'll try to go for the splash over on the side of Watch Party, but will fall. From the side of Watch Party right now, PhimoSquad is just trying to get their foot in the ground with the lead, as right now they just got past 80. So it's overall a good lead for now, considering it's the early part of the game, but eventually they're definitely going to have to further that more.
Lord Esper dropping from the high ground, trying to get control not only of their zone but from the enemy zone, trying to get the picks. But unfortunately, 52 Gal has to handle the flame. Sorry, not the 52. The Neo Splash has to handle the flame from the K shot this time instead of the Octo. It does seem that PhimoSquad has the upper hand on this matchup, mostly because I do believe that just playing the long game and waiting for the opportunity when a watch party exposes themselves into a situation that they get the picks. And when they expose, then it's when watch party managed to outpaint them and then get the splats.
Yes, Luck right now with their splash with the suction launcher was able to push up and get some paint. Right now they were not able to get much progress as PhimoSquad was able to neutralize a zone, but they were able to pick that person off and was able to get the zone back. Lonk right now with the splash over on the left, trying to get control of it, and they have us right now. They're just trying to pressure it, the rapid.
Yeah, Long here is just playing the game of like and stopping people from dropping. That is exactly what you have to do when you just shotgun under the left side. Now, because Long already exposed themselves quite aggressively, he's just making sure that all the paint that PhimoSquad gives under the plat gets outpainted by them, and that's what I'm seeing Watch Party outshining more on PhimoSquad. It's just like they're a little bit more efficient when it comes to painting while in danger, and then PhimoSquad gets the picks and paints the map better, so it's a better setup. But after that, you can just see that it's going to be a hustle for them to in target by watch party.
Yes, right now Esper over on plat, trying to pick off someone over on the left side. It looks like they'll be backing up the V Rapid, which just realizing now that's actually a pretty not very common pick. I mean, you really only see Rapid, which surprised that they went this on that map, but that's kind of surprising. But yeah, Long right now with their splash Neo over on the left side, just trying to support pain and pressure as they are now using the suction launcher to try and push the opposing team back as they're now pushing over into their street.
And Long once again getting almost. Oh, there was 3 people over there. That was an unfortunate. And now the penalty is gone for Watch Party. Can they manage to get the lead? They get the lead quite nicely. The pick from the leader gets missed, but that's okay. Both players are still alive. The counter is ticking with 4 people alive on both teams. The penalty. It's gonna be big, but not applied just yet to Watch Party. The healer does go down. 9 points remaining for the game of the game. 2 people go down, but unfortunately, it's almost GG's for Watch Party, and on the almost last second, they managed to neutralize, but it's 2 people, and they're in control. They take the zone. Watch Party takes second game. That was a very intense last second of the game.
Yes, for sure, especially because PhimoSquad was able to keep that keep pushed up for that long and progression wise, and it was overall surprising to see Watch Party able to come back and take that win. But you know, that's overall really good to have. So it looks like we do have swap out right now. So yeah, going over back to maps though. What would you like being seen pulled out over on Tower Control Reef?
Control Reef, it's always a little bit of whoever controls the bridge and not gets splatted at the bridge gets the first checkpoint for sure. And if you manage to now between the first checkpoint and the third, I would say that you don't put the longest range on tower, you put the longest range on bridge, because that's the easiest place for that person to be, abusing their range, making sure everything is painted, while someone that has a little bit more of a less aggression or at least more painting power can ride the tower, and the ones being aggressive go straight for car or just underneath the end of the path of the tower. That's what I think TC on the Rift is in general. But not every time you manage to do these complicated of a setup, and sometimes you have to improvise. But the vanilla strategy for TC Reef is this. At least that's what I've been told too.
Yeah, a Tower Control Reef is definitely a map that well, just overall for Splatoon, it's like most of the strategies are very complex in air conditions, you could say, because there's a lot of things you have to do, but you can't really do it, or you can because of this. It's really confusing sometimes, and that's very apparent on Tower Control Reef. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see how these teams pull out on this map, on this game.
Yes, and we did see that both teams did have custom jet sculpture. We saw on zones that um, Watch Party having a load of paint. They have a way more options for riding the tower, but most likely would fall on the hands of the NZAP in between the first and last checkpoint. Watch Party has a great advantage with either complete choose. And most likely the only thing I would see from PhimoSquad, the Crapid either would go for the tower or would go for the bridge if they were to push in, mostly because of the range. But if they don't have enough paint on the bridge, they might easily get thrown off and the push just apart completely. So that's what I think I'm gonna see a lot. The Crapid either right in the tower or we see a bamboo from Loud Airspeed this time.
That is, bamboo is actually not that bad of a choice, to be honest. So, choosing though, I mean, bamboo's overall, a good, weapon to use, so, then picking, it's surprising, but it's also not too surprising, but it looks like Cosmo was able to, get off that, early armor, I believe, PhimoSquad was able to as well. Cosmo's, pushing up right, near tower, backing up eventually, 3v3 right now, on both sides, and looks like two Dunkermans out of PhimoSquad, so right now Watch Party's in a good spot to try and push up soon.
If Cosmos wants getting the advantage part, he's gonna be the one riding the tower first for Watch Party, trying to get the second armor, and most likely it's gonna happen also from the from PhimoSquad, also getting the armor at the same time. They're both holding their specials, the Glugas and the armor, and at this point it's just a matter of who's gonna use their special first. But unfortunately, the end up from PhimoSquad does go down, and it's already 50 points. The Bamboo gets the sneaky peek, and that's gonna be second checkpoint down with just the last checkpoint and the end remaining.
Yes, it looks like right now the rapid program from the side of PhimoSquad is going to be providing pressure from their Toxic Mass, as right now Watch Party is pretty far away from the tower, so it looks like they'll be backing up overall. It looks like that'll be the end of the push for Watch Party. They do get on the tower though, and it looks like that'll be 2 down in general, so almost though, yeah, that's a wipe, very delayed wipe, but yeah, it looks like PhimoSquad is going to be using the opportunity to try and push up, as far as over on the left side with their jet pressuring the Bamboo.
I think it was a little bit too early of an ink jet. Like, you basically just not gave the opportunity for the enemy to doubt your presence over there, and after you landing, you're just like giving back the control to someone else, and now the Octoshot does go down, and it's a 3v1 situation happening on the left tree, and they'll call the NZAP from PhimoSquad is just Haru is just sharking to wait an opportunity, but now everyone knows because of this Austro instruction ball gets the pick on the Googles, even though they pop the baller. Thank you, Splatoon, for not having servers, and that's gonna be now Watch Party's second attempt to push.
Yes, Watch Party is now using this opportunity very well, as Esper is on the tower right now, popping their missiles, and right now they're very weak, and it looks like they'll be taken out by the shot over on the side of PhimoSquad. Right now, it looks like there's 2 down from the side of PhimoSquad, so right now, they definitely need to try and defend.
Yeah, I was like, I understood the situation. The Octoshot wanted to get a sneaky peek. That is understandable. That's why he was shrugging. I probably was underneath the bridge. But the thing is that the moment that was happening, the map was just entirely blue. Entirely blue. Even if you managed to get one pick, you basically were spotted by the entire enemy. And I honestly, I have no advice I can give to PhimoSquad for a comeback on this map, because it's just everything is already blue. Like, even Long right here saw that there might be a person flanking on the right side, but unfortunately we'll get picked up with the K shots.
Yeah, it looks like right now the Aqua Shot will be pushing up over onto the main team. Now from the side of Watch Party right now, PhimoSquad has to use this opportunity right now to try and push up because they only have about 1:30 left, which that can be a lot of time, but you really the game's coming to an end very soon, so you have to take any chances you can.
And I actually don't know who's riding the tower from PhimoSquad. I would say it is the Zap trying to get the pick, but unfortunately Google sneakily managed to dodge roll. That was actually a very good precision on the dodge. I actually good callouts for you, Mr. Canan. You did great with the Googles and getting the inkjet down. Also very well done. That's indeed well set of displays for Watch Party.
Yes, it looks like right now PhimoSquad is definitely still push up, still trying to get that lead. Currently it's sitting at a 3v3 right now. It looks like they're getting on and off the tower, which, I mean, considering that they're not getting any penalty for it, it's definitely a good strategy just to get on, off, and off, just to try and further the count even more while still trying to stay alive. Team up from the side of PhimoSquad right now looks like that will be the end of the push, as there is only the Rapid left. But the Rapid is still kicking it, but it looks like they will jump out. Esper right now getting on tower to try and make sure that they stay pushed up. Esper backing up over to the bridge to make sure that that PhimoSquad does not push up anymore.
Seconds remaining. You see the Watch Party doing a 3-0. No one's on target from PhimoSquad. There's not going to be any overtime. And the Bamboo is just trying to get control of the bridge, and that's going to be GG's.
Yes, GG's for the set right there, but that was definitely a good fuss fest, especially the zones Monta. So yeah, that was definitely a good game. Good game, good set.
Good game, good game, good game. Also, I like to say I don't know how it works to bet on the Twitch bot. I was just like, how the hell does this work? Because I am watching the comments as I am commentating the match because I like to give shoutouts to anyone that types. But it seems someone's exposing me for having bet Twitch points that I don't know what to do. So, what happens on those situations?
On the situations, watch the stream. Watch the stream and you get points. But yeah, are you okay? You
No,
okay?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm okay. No, I'm
Yeah.
laughing at the situation. I find the situation actually pretty amazing because I was like, meeny, meeny, miny, mo. I just choose a team to bet because I do want to know what the bot's gonna do. So it reached the end of set 2. We're gonna go to a quick break, and also we're gonna also add the next person because our streamer setup has full friends list. So we'll see you later. Riff, anything else like to end before I
Nope.
laugh myself to death?
Nope. We're good for now. Yeah, we'll see you later. Welcome back, everyone, to Swim or Sink 39. I'm Reef. I have Fern with me in the commentator booth once again, and we are back with Groups Round 3, Hero Fan Club against Sirius. And for those of you who watch Low Ink, or play in Low Ink, or keep updated with Low Ink, this is a Grand Finals rematch from last Low Ink. So it'll be fun to see how both teams have done since then, and see if there will potentially be a quote-unquote upset in this set.
Okay, Reef, who do I bet? I wanna bet on the winning team so I can win irrelevant points on Twitch.
No.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That doesn't matter. But it does matter. The Clan Blitz Starfish, and I honestly don't like this map for Clan Blitz. I don't like it a little bit. What do you think, Reef?
Clan Blitz Starfish, I think, is fine. There's better Clan Blitz maps, but Starfish overall in general, I feel like is a very good even map. So having it for Clan Blitz, whenever I see it, I'm not really upset, but I'm also not too overjoyed. But Clan Blitz Starfish, I can see why people don't like it. I can see why people do like it. So overall, it's just an overall of quote-unquote mixed feelings. So.
Like, here's the thing, like, for example, let's get Starfish zones into the picture. People do the flanks most of the time. They abuse the map so much that I do believe that is like, okay, that makes sense. But then when it comes to, yeah, I do lose the technical difficulty. We're gonna buy a little bit of time. When you see on Clan Blitz, it's mostly the same. Like, it's barely any of the flanks from both teams. It's just like trying to get the clams, getting someone who is on stage to do something, and that's about it. I feel that Starfish is just like a straight line, and then when you respawn, you're just chucking bombs trying to get a pick. That's why I find it so weird.
That's understandable. Yeah, I get where you're coming from with that. It looks like we actually have a DC in the lobby, so we'll be having a quick game, and then we will replay this. Never mind. It looks like the host put down the room, so we will just be seeing one game, hopefully, if no one sees.
I saw, we just saw Kraken's list, and then I just saw my friend from Luau, and he has the name Beefbag. Come on, why, Skit? Yeah, I know, but they cannot see this. But like, just you change your in-game name to Beefbag, like I'm killing a little bit of time. Because like we still have to make the set, and I'm just gonna roast my friend because he's a beef bag now.
Wow, shooting some shots in the commentator booth today, are we?
But here's the thing: we were commentators. We have to do the gap in between the community that watches and the community that plays. And I have nothing against anyone. If you talk to me in VC or played with me, I'm a very nice person. I don't get mad pretty easily. Like someone did a very. I don't think I can say it on stream, but someone did something straight to me. I was telling my friends, and they were like, "Are you sad?" I was like, "No, I'm actually laughing my ass off because this is funny as fuck. It was funny as hell." And
no, I'm actually laughing.
I can tell you in DMs later because it sounds so serious, and like, how can you not be how can you not be angry with that situation? I'm not angry for some reason. That's it. I'm just a chill person.
I mean, depending on situation, that's actually kind of a good thing. But I mean, at the same time, it is like it is, like I said, very depending on the situation. If it's serious, if it's not, haha, funny. If it's like someone freaking out about something petty, but
okay, you said Sirius. I'm betting on Sirius now. As soon as I figure out how to do this. Yes, it's Sirius versus Hero Fan Club. You fell for my pun trap. Oh, submission is closed. God damn. That's what I. It says submission closed, but Clan Blitz on Starfish. We didn't mention the weapons. Kiki told me don't play bamboo here, and I actually kind of agree. Bamboo doesn't make much sense. So we do see the old vanilla comps with a lot of Kensas, and that's a Kensa gal showing up once again.
Yeah, it seems overall not very not really that much of surprising weapons. We'll be seeing overall you see them pulled out a lot, so that would surprise the see most of the weapons here. But it looks like Danko right now with their Zap just trying to get paint, and with their armor, they right now are just trying to pick someone off. Sirius pushing far into their pit already within the 40 seconds, and looks like that's another DC.
Are you serious?
Does this count? I mean,
No, because it's 30 seconds into the game. No team scored. It's replayed, and also the DC was on the lobby. Now
okay,
it's gonna count.
So yeah, we.
Oh my! No! I did not see that. I did not see that.
No one saw that. No one saw that. Unless it was intentional. If it's intentional, then yeah. But
I would say it's intentional if that basket closed and then there is still points to be thrown. If they need another a ball to break in, then I'm gonna say that wasn't intentional. That's great. I would say that is half a point for Hero Fan Club because the other half point they lost because of the throw. So we're redoing this match just because
it's
of the
completely
miss
because
throw.
of that.
Yeah,
Just because of that, nothing else.
I think someone posted. Actually, something. Let's see in the comments because I think I missed a little bit of the things. Mr. J Dragon 272 saying that trying to go back to solo queue. I would say in general don't need to have two accounts, mostly because it's double switch online, and honestly, watching any pro player that streams on Twitch quite often, like as Mel O'Tony mentioned, that our sub2 is a good thing, but he doesn't sponsor us. So we can also say any other names like Barry, like Chara. Pick your poison and your weapon, and just have fun.
But yeah, I believe we're able to see here. Overall, I believe these are the same comps. So no smashing anyone today, but it looks like we have Danny Boy over here doing their strategy from beforehand, just getting trying to get points and some points, armor, that stuff. Looks like one will be the Squeezer will be the only one. It's at the never mind, be a wipe for Hero Fan Club. So right now Sirius is going to take this opportunity, hopefully, to try and push up as there is a 4v3 right now.
Sirius is the control of the map, has the control of underneath the basket. On their spawning, Gauss throwing a wall, trying to get. That's actually. Ooh, actually, I was gonna say that's actually an interesting wall, but the wall was a little bit high, so the Nautilus managed to get the pick, even though they were at the spawn. The Enzap is the one brave enough to drop it, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be much. The Splashdown coming in clutch doesn't get a good. I don't think he got a pick, but at the end, 38 points for Sirius, almost a KO situation, and now Hero Fan Club just have to compensate for the. For the turf they lost.
Yes, right now, Soup with their not over on the right side, just trying to wait over there and see if anyone will be over there. I believe someone was over there for a second ago, but looks like they have they're either waiting or they aren't there anymore. And it looks like they're now going to pick out Danny Boy and assist on the K machine. It looks like Finchip right now with their ball will be pushing in here, coming sitting at a 3v3.
Yes, and the basket once again. That play with the Nautilus right there, waiting for the time to flank. I was gonna be like a little bit suspicious. The Hero Fan Club was getting a lot of turf, but then the flank from the Nautilus, getting the picks of two people behind, was very well played, and managed to engage into a position where Sirius could just throw the power clan once again and get even more and more points.
Yeah, Soup right now in their position beforehand, as they're just using this position to try and help their teammates if possible. And it looks like right now they're going to potentially try and get up over to Attic. So they're overall just staying in that overall area. and it looks like they're trying to put pressure over onto mid, taking out, I believe that was the Squeezer.
And once again, Sirius has the opportunity to score with 19. Now all the penalty has been removed. Inkjet on their snipe. And with 13 climbs, they have the opportunity to finish this right here, right now, and go for game number 2. They don't get the final climb, they throw it at the last second, and that's gonna be GG's. First game goes to Sirius.
First game in the set, Clambless Starfish. Not really your favorite. goes to Sirius. So you know, I believe this is what happened back like a month ago. So you know, hopefully history will repeat itself. So. But yeah, going on now to Rainmaker, Sturgeon, and Shipyard. What strategies or weapons do you think the players will pull out today?
Well, I do not think we're going to see much different from the comps they have been running. It seems that the idea for Sirius was just to have long range with the Nautilus. So I think they're going to keep the Nautilus at least. The armors, obviously, everyone's just going to keep the armor. And the 52... on both teams, mostly because of how good of a weapon it is on the meta right now, and might have a little bit of fluctuation coming from the sloshing machine, from the Kinsa. I'm trying to remember, the squeezer might be a little bit different, but we shall see. It depends on who else is going to be. I honestly think that both of the comps that we saw on Starfish are still pretty good on Remaker Sturgeon. Now, Sirius, since you asked me this question, now you remember them on Low-Wing. Please tell me if you remember any of the weapons they played, so you can tell me how wrong I am, and I will actually enjoy that. So please, what do you think they're gonna play?
I believe they actually did stay close to their comps as they did now. So you know, overall staying true from last Low-Wing. But yeah, Rainmaker, Sturgeon, Shipyard, I don't expect anything too crazy being pulled out if they're going to keep that overall kind of weapon pull for this game. But that'll be happening very soon.
Do you actually like this mode? And like, where do you like to push? Do you like to push from the left, or do you like to push from the right?
Typically I like pushing near like the right slick because it's overall just a bit more open and it's a bit more easier to pick off everyone else, but just if you're in the one that's in the advantage, it's overall better to pick people off. But yeah, at least from my experience, so yeah.
And we're not seeing 52 Gal from the other side, but we see a Charger and a Bucket coming in with one armor, Ninja Squid, stuff on everything, but the Charger, Object Shredder. Last Stage is always something that you see a lot, but Comeback is something that you almost don't see that often. This is actually quite easy. The Tri-Slusher not being able to provide a good set of armor after getting splatted, that's going to be a little bit because it's left turf on the hands of Hero Fan Club. They are pushing from left side. Slusher Machine trying their best. They meet the Tri-Slusher and the Charger on the top left, but it seems that Soup will be playing a little bit more defensive and saving that Inkjet just so he doesn't get anything splattered, and making sure the mid is from Sirius.
Soup going down to the Charger, also known as just the Umi right now, and it looks like a 1 response from the side of Sirius. Hero's Fan Club is right now should take this kind of advantage and trying to push up, and Umi, it seems, using the Rainmaker whenever they already have their Ray pulled out, which is kind of risky. Hopefully they didn't mean that intentionally, but yeah, that is definitely just not disappointing, but upsetting to see. Unison right now.
It's one special last in order to push the Rainmaker, so it's not necessarily a good play.
Yeah. Unison right now with their fizzies, trying to spam them a little bit, put pressure onto the other team.
And now something that is actually interesting. This is come from Sirius, actually quite interesting since this is armor with double inkjet. I always kind of forget that this is an alternative, mostly just like because of the usage of the Kinsa and the smooshing from the Femship. The end zap from Sirius is just moving forward and forward towards the goal with 21 points remaining. That is gonna be an interesting situation for Sirius. Are they gonna keep it as in a defensive position for 3 minutes straight, or are they at least gonna try to steal KO?
I feel like Sirius is going to try and keep pushing that forward. I mean, it's always good to try and make sure that the opposing team never doesn't have a chance to make up for it. So yeah, it looks like fanclub right now with the K out overall just being on the place as they are trying to fight the K shot right now, as they're now getting double teamed as Bandit takes them down with their K shot.
One of the few things that last forever is definitely armor. I was like, you are a gal, please do not engage, please do not engage, please do not engage. You engage when they still had armor, and those 8 seconds of armor, especially if you don't have any special power up, do seem like an eternity. Like they just don't end, and I do understand that some people might get impatient, and at least now the Kinsa 52 managed to get a little bit of a revenge.
Yeah. K right now, K52 is just overall over on the left side, pushing up towards the Rainmaker. Overall, just trying to make sure it's that no one touches that Rainmaker, that no one outside of Sirius touches that Rainmaker. As they're right now pressuring the snipe going over to the left side to try and clear the way for their team.
77 points, not necessarily a bad, but definitely not gonna be much. They didn't manage to go further than the box, which means that Sirius will have another 1 minute and 30 seconds to stall the Rainmaker, and maybe they can actually get the KO, which is actually help us because it's always a hype thing to go for the for not stalling options. Femship, once again, the person that picked up the Rainmaker and got those points to begin with, trying to disengage with the Charger, doesn't get the pick, but gets picked by the Charger. Woof, but that's okay. That was a great push. That push, I guess, were from Sirius.
Yes, looks like Umi right now, in fact, is with their Charger, able to take out the K shot with a very good snipe. Was able to pop the Rainmaker right now. They have their Ray ready, so hopefully they don't pick up that Rainmaker again. So they're now sitting at a 3v4. Try with over on their side of the Spinner, just providing pressure over on mid.
I honestly think that Hero Fan Club is relying on the Charger to pick the Rainmaker most of the time. Because first of all, no one, like, I mean, I need to rewatch that moment if it would be interesting to pick up the Rainmaker in general from that point. I wasn't paying much attention to how many was the player difference. But it seems that by the amount of rays that the Charger managed to use the entire match, they just want the Charger to pick up the Rainmaker. And that's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, but it just shows that 2 people from Hero Fan Club did not have the opportunity to use a single special. Right?
Yeah.
Like, so it is interesting to see. Like I understand the Rainmaker not being a great mode because you are changing one weapon to the other. But I kind of feel that in general that's the reason why people don't like playing Rainmaker. Just carrying the Rainmaker is such a pain.
Yeah, it's really skill capped in a way, you can kind of say, because of the fact that it's, you know, Rainmaker. It's kind of hard. So it's very straight, like it's straightforward. If you're able to get a pick off with it, it's very obvious because they already get stuck in your ink from that trail, at least behind it, and then it explodes. So then it's able to pop. So yeah, overall, Rainmaker kind of a weapon for you. So that, I mean, it's kind of why supports or backlines try to pick it up most of the time rather than it be a frontline. But
would you say the Rainmaker itself it's a rocket launcher?
Okay, true.
Because here's the thing, like it's a slow rocket. I mean, no, actually, I have a better. It's like the grenade. It's like a grenade launcher, because like you throw it, you can hit someone with the projectile. It does a little bit of damage, and then comes the explosion. So it kind of like it sounds like that. I mean, compared to Splatoon 1, I have no idea what weapons are. What weapon is the equivalent of tornado. I mean, Kirby has a tornado on his head when he inhales wind at enemies. We have the tornado from Smash. So let's just skip with the bazooka from Splatoon 2.
Yeah, that's really what the Rainmaker is in general. More how do I say it? More innocent, I guess you could say, because it's a Rainmaker and it's ink. But yeah, basically, whenever you put it into that kind of way, yeah.
But do you feel that if people if they buff the speed of the projectile of the Rainmaker, would it make like people play it or enjoy it more? Because remember, like people play more weapons as they become more easy to use, and in Splatoon 2, if they make it a little bit faster, then it would be more appealing to use it anyway, but not as fast. Like not a fast charge. I mean just a faster bullet.
Yeah, if it had like a faster outcome with it, you know, you charge it up and then the ink comes out faster. I feel like that could be that could definitely be a good thing that keeps the Rainmaker alive more, defends itself more. That could definitely help it out itself.
Yeah. Here's the thing, like how many times do you see a Rainmaker user actually go all the way to the 60 seconds? Like most of the time they spotted people even before that.
It really depends. I don't see too much. I don't see too lots. It's kind of strange, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, it's hard. Like discussing Splatoon in general is like always a double-edged sword. You kind of like try. Like I would say that the best way you can discuss Splatoon in general is like don't try to impose what you want. Try to bring to the table possibilities, even if they're stupid in general. Because if you impose your ideas, then you're just basically shutting yourself for counter arguments. But if you're just bringing to the table that what if they did this, you are accepting a criticism, and that will keep the conversation better. And that's why I hate Twitter.
I'm sorry. Yeah, understandable. But yeah, right now going over onto Wahoo Zones, Soup pulling out the mini, a weapon that's being seen more and more, and it looks like Soup was able to actually get a pick off with that 10 missiles, and right now it looks like they're on plat trying to get zone, and they're overall just trying to be really annoying to that charger over there.
The charger didn't manage to get Soup off. But they do get the end zap. The range of the Octoburst almost managed to get a triple over there. The charger itself, the Booyah Bomb coming in, Soup dodging everything, almost getting the pick on the charger, but there was their friend on the right side just in time to get the pick and retake the zone, at least neutralize it before they get the lead, even though 82 points is not that much of a big of a deal.
Yeah, it seems right now, PhimoSquad right now with their K-Gal near plat, using their bomb to try and save themselves, but it looks like they will get cancelled. Their bomb will get cancelled. So it looks like they're down from the side of Hero Club right now. Finiship over on the left side trying to get paint, trying to get their armor. Yeah, right now Sirius isn't being too aggressive right now.
Finiship right here showing the effective or just keeping the map painted. I would say that just like if you like, okay, not gonna say playing support is necessarily fun, but playing a weapon that has a lot of output of paint, if you do at least half of what Femship is doing when it comes to like go to different points of the map to keep it painted, you're already playing Splatoon much better. Because you have to remember, this is not just any Call of Duty or what the kids say, Battle Royale. You actually have to keep paint in the map. And Femship is doing that perfectly.
Splatoon is definitely that kind of game where there's more complexity, I guess you could say it, even though it is really just an ink game. But you have to keep map control, as in your way of movement. So yeah, it is important to keep that in mind. It looks like Danny Boy right now with their stamp taking out Femship. Soup right now overall trying to keep ink on the ground, try and aggress, but also try and paint. overall doing a well job doing that. As right now they're staying backed up, trying to pay for the missiles, and they're able to pop missiles on all 4 on the opposite team, I believe. Which, you know, that's pretty good to have, especially if you're aggressing someone right afterwards to try and keep that pressure on them.
True, true. Oh, the gal almost managed to get shredded by the mini. I actually didn't notice that the mini had shredded, but the fact that that was almost a situation the mini managed to shred up the Booyah Bomb, it is amazing to see. And Ben right here with the 52 gets the 1v1 with the other 52, trying to keep the brush away. The lead is still on Sirius. Penalty is diminishing. The bombs are not going to be able to cap the zone, and Ben is just waiting for the time to use a Booyah Bomb in order to cancel a special, most likely going to be the Octostamp or the other Booyah Bomb.
Yes, that was definitely a good idea for a band right there, just to try and save their bomb for anything else Hero fanclub would try and pull up against them. It looks like a band is able to get that pick at 3 picks, in fact, and they will be able to take the set.
Please insert the Spider-Man meme. They're pointing to each other when the 252 gals, or at least one of the 52 and possibly the other charger, just throw a wall and they all face each other, because that was well timed on the zone, just before the Booyah Bomb, just after the Booyah Bomb. And that's gonna be it for the last set before the division of brackets. If you look at the brackets on the channel, you can have an idea of who is going to at least some of the brackets. If you won all of your matches, you're definitely going to gray white, and if the person above you went to gray white, you're going to the bracket below, and so forth and so on.
Yes. There's 4 divisions if you haven't know. It's well, divisions you could say. Divided brackets. Great White is the quote-unquote top cut of SOS. You have Hammerhead following it, Mako, and Lantern. So, you know, just a general kind of thing. Keep in mind, it is kind of, I guess you could say, just food change, you gotta say, because that's what I kind of think of whenever I'm remembering it. But yeah, in fact, that will be the end. Well, that'll be the end of the group stage. We'll be going to a quick break right now. So yeah, we'll see you soon for Great White.
Good evening once again, and we are gonna be bringing back the first match of the Great Whites, and later we're gonna have a little bit of swap in the mic where we're gonna be seeing Skep with Mr. Popgun. I yeah, just keep it going. I was gonna say something. Go on, Riff. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
This is
so
the BBC.
that is for later. But for now, we will be going to a best of 5 set. First round, I believe of 3 on the Great White bracket. So yeah, first up we have Passion Fruit versus yeahh with 2 H's. So yeah, I believe we are just about ready. Looking at those teams, if you want to go, I can really only notice Eclipse and Cuber. I know Cuber, I'm pretty sure, uses chargers, and I just know Eclipse, so I don't really know what they use. Do you know anything about these teams or these players, I should say?
I think Eclipse is a K shot, and I'm trying to see. I think there's a pun going with the other one with Brand, T, Will, and B Dog. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking, but I'm trying to gather this information. But regardless of that, we're gonna go for TC Piranha Pit, which is definitely a odd one out here on the map list. TC Piranha Pit is honestly I don't see it that much, mostly because of the way the path of the tower is in general.
I will say I used to see TC Piranha a lot more, but now I don't really see it much of a time. Kind of glad about. But looking at these comps here, nothing too exciting. I mean, the most exciting thing marks is the bamboo from the side of Passion Fruit. So yeah, Brand right now with their quick Ray picking off Eclipse. I believe that was the case also. Yeah, dinner from the side of Passion Fruit right now. It is only the bamboo, so Brand right now with their siege just trying to get pain and get that Ray ready. Looks like Eclipse right now with their K shot is just trying to put pressure without dropping. Looks like Eclipse going over to mid, getting picked off by Brand's Ray as a T right now with their knot is going to get taken down by Brand, I believe so.
Yeah, Brand managed to take 2 people down with 2 Stingrays. I actually don't know if it was Eclipse. It would be a little bit unfortunate for Eclipse if they got picked twice but the same way. And given the fact that Brand is just gonna be spamming Stingray, Nautilus, Zap, and Splash will have to take down more of the aggressions. But even the last, with almost the second checkpoint being broken by Passion Fruit, I actually love Passion Fruit so much. The fruit is delicious. It's gonna be a delay WAP for yeahh, and in general, it's just now maybe they can actually break their first checkpoint on the other side.
Yes, right now the zap over from the side of yeahh will assist where their teammate is taking out the K shot, as they're now just going to be on tower control actually, and be on duty for that, as it looks like Brian right now will be assisting them with the knot, making sure they have pain and that no one will be pressuring them too hard. But it looks like the K machine will be trying to go for them, but Brian was able to take them out with their jet.
Yeah, the Nautilus indeed, using the Inkjet at that specific point was crucial for breaking the first checkpoint, and the Cuber with the bamboo and the slushing machine on the high ground, trying to prevent it from getting closer and closer to the second checkpoint, will pay off. And now it's just the Nautilus trying to defend themselves over on the zipline, but unfortunately they will go down, and the control of the map is going to shift from yeahh to Passion Fruit. And saying yeahh, it makes my grammar a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like the K machine right now from the side of Passion Fruit will be getting canceled by the siege over from the side of yeahh. Right now the siege is just trying to swim around here, trying to make sure they don't get picked off. Currently sitting at a 2v2, 2v1 now. And it looks like they'll be able to also take out the K machine, which means that there is a wipe from the side of Passion Fruit. So right now, yeahh has to try and take this opportunity to try and push up and get pain, to try and get lead, because they only have under less than 2 minutes. Not too much time left. They have to take any chance that they can take.
Yeah, honestly, I think that Stinger didn't do much. Generally, just cared a little bit of passion fruit. They did manage to get the Sloshy Machine and the shot in general, but the expenses of losing the shot, it will be a little bit hard to break the second checkpoint, or at least get close to it, because it's mostly just being trade, and trade. Sloshy Machine getting close, gets the pick. It's just the Neo trying at their best, trying to just manage to get the tower with the 44. They get the lead. They don't break the checkpoint, but still 40 points over 45, and they break the checkpoint. This is intense. This is not looking good for Passion Fruit. Cuba trying their best to at least keep the paint on their side and getting more advantage points so they can stop yeahh from defending when they reach the second checkpoint. But that Stingray is still gonna be something they have to deal with. That is gonna be very annoying.
Yes, Cuba right now with their bamboo currently at 4v2, pushing over to the tower to try and get it back to mid and try and get some more points. But it looks like Brave from the side of yeahh will take them out, and they're actually being quite aggressive considering how Sirius play and stuff. You always typically see them in the back, and they really only get picks whenever they are getting attacked. So seeing them push up that far was actually pretty surprising, and they weren't even able, and they were actually able to get out without barely even a scratch on them. So good for them. But it looks like the Eclipse will be going down from Brand's Ray. We're going to try and take out the K Machine, and they will. We're going to take out a 4v3. With only 10 seconds left right now, Passion Fruit has to try and take this opportunity to try and push up. And as I say that, they get wiped. So yeah, it looks like that. The
Commentators curse.
Yeah, Commentators curse. Yes.
I would say that before and after they got the lead, Passion Fruit was playing a little bit more safe and a little bit more smart. But at the end, when they were trying to push in afterwards, Bran engaged the 5th on the shifting gear, and then just became more of a nonsense to deal with, especially with those rays. And it's felt that after that happened, they couldn't push in better. And in general, Passion Fruit didn't manage to get the lead, mostly because it wasn't on purpose, but it was just like, I had an impression they were just like everything just scrambled, and they didn't have much of a plan to get the lead back.
Yeah, overall that was kind of a little messy, but we'll see if Passion Fruit will be able to come back in the next game, which will be Clan Blitz on Humpback Pump Track. This map, it's becoming a bit more frequent, you could say. In tournaments, I've been seeing it pop up more. So yeah, this map definitely not bad enough to have be played. I like it. Not, it's kind of weird for me, but yeah. What are your feelings about this map, and what do you think the players could do?
Oh, Humpback in zones is mostly a map that you just spam Booyah Bomb. And on this map is a little bit different, because depending on how you play it, if you're used to just spamming Booyah Bomb and not engaging the enemy base, you're not gonna do the same thing here, which is crucial for scoring. You just don't go underneath the basket and just throw. You actually need someone going on the right side. And with Bram being the one painting and the Sloshy Machine and Nautilus being kind of neutral paint, the NZAP and the Jet Scorcher has been a paint to do specials, but they still have to compensate for 3 painting weapons on the enemy team from Passion Fruit. So this can go still both ways. It depends on who gets the most splats.
Yes, well, right now, they're probably getting taken out by Flowmail with their K Machine. It looks like they're going to be using their fizzy bombs to their advantage and trying to put pressure onto their window. Which, whenever you see K Machines, or really any weapon that has a fizzy that can be spammed, that's a really common strategy right there. And in fact, they're able to take someone out with that. So that was a really good fizzy pick right there.
Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking of the fizzy bombs on the Kensaluna and how playing 5k, and the Inkling are getting that snipe on the splashdown case, so getting 2 people down. That is gonna be a wipe. yeahh has the advantage. Doesn't have enough yet 10 clams in order to form a power, but they do seem to have control already of the basket. The NZAP and the Expo trying to keep the Nautilus away. The push will come after getting distracted from the people that were pushing from the left side, and that will enable at least the first set of scores for yeahh.
This looks like there will be a 2v3 right now. on both sides. One responding, two responding, in fact, from the side of Passion Fruit. Passion Fruit right now is definitely not in a good spot. Cuber jumping back with their Expo to try and ensure that they always have one up. Cuber pushing up, though, and it looks like, yeah, it's like a bit too long to try and get another Super Clam in. So right now, Passion Fruit is definitely putting off pressure onto the Super Clam as they do fall down 3v4.
And here comes again the Sloshy Machine being the one that is engaging all the enemy snipe, and Cuber trying to get that pick with the Expo, but it seems that either two things are going to happen. Either the Sloshy Machine is just going to tease the clams that they have, and that was the last one, or Cuber's just going to move in and trying to get closer. The Sloshy Machine and the Expo are happening. The Sloshy Machine gets the pick. The camera did not show us that because it was too gruesome, apparently, not for the eyes of everyone. It's now the Sloshy Machine has control of the base, but doesn't matter. Passion Fruit is just scoring.
Yes, looks like the Ray from the side of, yeah, trying to take out everyone that is pushing up right now. Looks like they're able to get a Super Clam in to get that lead, and looks like they'll be furthering that lead, getting some more clams in, as this Zap is the only one alive now.
Ends up sharking me, trying to get at least. Oh, but it gets picked by someone. That is very unfortunate for Passion Fruit. It is an opportunity now for yeahh to take control back of mid, much more safer than before, and hopefully not. There's the second time the Fizzy Bomb gets the pick on the Sloshy Machine, and will with the end zap try to get one more time the control of mid, which seems to be between the two teams. Gets the pick on the Neo, and is now just trying to position themselves with the Power Clam so it doesn't get picked by Cuber with the Expo.
Yes, looks like Will with the Zap will be has the claim right now. And it looks like Ran will be able to take them out. With that claim, looks like the claim will now despawn from an activity. Ran with the Zap pushing up, has a Super Clam now herself, giving it to one of their teammates, and both of those teammates do go down. So this is a really good chance for yeahh to try and get a push in right now, as it is only Cuber, which is only Exploiter, so you know they can only do much. They can only do so much.
They can only do so much, and that little cubby of a terrain managed to shield from the explosion of the baller. yeahh takes the lead with 30 points mark. The control of the map is on yeahh's hand, even though they were 2 down and was just jumping back in with the Sloshy Machine on the right window, and 3 people on their plat trying to get control. They take the pity, and it's their second opportunity to push. They not only bring the points of the 20, but also 18 more points. So basically 2 power claims just to tie, which is going to be a very much of a hard worst task.
Yes, Cuber right now with the Explosion pushing up now 2v2 with their baller, waiting for someone to shred them, but it looks like they have to be timed out from that baller, and they will get picked off from it with all the Zap being pushed up. It looks like T will be getting Clamson trying and defend mid. So right now, yeahh really has to play defensively to make sure that Passion Fruit does not get any more into their base, and it looks like that will be game 2 going to yeahh.
I would say the last push for Passion Fruit was valid. Like, they had the suction bomb rush from the Neo Splash happening at the plat. They had Cuber with the baller ready to go, but in general, in what I think I just saw was just that like something happened overall that managed to neutralize the Neo Splash and get the pigs on the remaining 2, leaving Cuber with the baller and the Power Clam just waiting to be shredded, because nobody here at least the Great Wise are not gonna make the mistakes. Not saying that just because you're underneath you wouldn't. It's just that like statistically it's improbable that they would shred the baller and give give Cuber the opportunity to score.
Yeah, popping it there, shredding the baller is definitely not a good idea, because it gives them an easy way to get that ball in. Yeah. Moving on now to Remic or Ancho. What do you think will be pulled out from these teams?
Honestly, I think once a Ray spamming person, always a Ray spamming person. Cuber is definitely gonna still bring the Jet Squelcher. It is likely Brand's gonna bring the Jet Squelcher. I honestly think Cuber could bring anything they want to bring. And in general, I would say that I still think I'm gonna see the soda slot, the soda slushing machines, and we see at least both on both sides.
Yeah, it looks like in fact Brand will be pulling out their C-Jet, and Cuber will bring their C-Jet back out. So right now, Cuber going the C-Jet on this map is definitely not surprising, considering that this is match point for Passion Fruit. If they lose this game, then they're out of the tournament. So you know they gotta make sure that they take this opportunity very seriously and make it not a lot of mistakes. You know. And it looks like they are, because there's only one up on the side of yeah. But yeah, I believe this is about 5.
Okay, that makes sense. It's not the final just yet. And there was a very nice display of this bomb, the burst bomb. But unfortunately, the Neo Splash is gonna pick up that suction bomb. Almost managed to get sneakily and get someone from behind. That is at least a trip from the Neo Splash. Very well done from our cephalots here. I honestly don't know if they're using Inkling or Octly at this point. It's just too fast. And right here, going at least 4 kills, 4 splat streak, getting to 82. Unfortunately, the team itself is not managing. Getting a 5 kill right now, that is an almost clippable moment. And don't worry, you were on stream, you can actually clip it right there.
Yes, Bram right now, with their C-Jet is just trying to push up and make sure that they are completely out of their base. And considering that C-Jet is the only one, yeah, they jump out. So yeah, right now has to try and take this opportunity to paint mid. Brand right now, just overall trying to get their rate, and they are able to pop it, taking out the splash, currently at 3v3. They also pop a Ray themselves. So right now, yeah, kind of in a disadvantage a little bit right now, but they just gotta try and stay up in near mid.
Eclipse trying to get the splash streak a little bit further, get the armor, save their lives against the splashdown from the slushing machine, almost get the last bullet, gets the pick. That is indeed big for Eclipse. I do think the Passion Fruit right here, right now, is getting a little bit more of aggression, and that is paying off quite well. Although I do have to say that I keep looking up just to make sure who got splatted and who will be splatted next. The comps is just the difference between one weapon, which is the Neo Splash or the Nautilus, and I find that so amazing. Gets doing the suction bomb. Nice throw there. Nice.
Speaking of the knot, they are able to get a pick with that suction bomb, and right now T is overall with B-Dog just trying to push up with their jet, taking out Eclipse. It looks like yeah, I was going to use this opportunity to try and push up and make that comeback push. I think.
I'm gonna be very salty if that suction bomb was the difference in between yeah, making the winning push or not, but it seems it's not, because they got denied with the Stingray from Cuber, and Eclipse is now just trying to find a position where they can get into another. Not gonna get split again by the suction, but the slushing machine is so aggressive. That's such a dangerous situation. I don't know how someone lived for that long.
Yes, Eclipse. I mean, yeah, considering how much they were up there for, it's definitely surprising that they were able to survive for that long. But Will right now with the Rainmaker pushing up, B-Dog jumping, and it looks like Will just be able to barely make the lead right there, just by 1 point. Passion Fruit has to take this top, and if not, that will not be good. And they are able to take the Rainmaker right there, so they have to get that Rainmaker out of there, or it spells bad news for them. Eclipse right now being the furthest push up over on the side of Passion Fruit, just trying to be annoying and just really annoy yeah, to make sure that they are kept pushed back, but they still have a little bit of time, not much, but minute left. It can be long or it could be short depending on that game force.
Especially on Anchovy, it's a very short match.
For sure, for sure. B-Dog gets his splashdown canceled right there with the zap. It looks like everything is being pointed straight towards the Rainmaker, and it looks like there's a wipe on the side of yeahh. This is not the position that yeahh wants to be at. They only have half a minute left, so right now things are being very tense for them.
Honestly, I believe this can still go both ways. but every second that passes, the likelihood of Passion Fruit losing this match is just getting lower and lower. And another splashdown cancel from the slushing machine. But now Passion Fruit gets swiped. It's just the Nautilus in mid trying to pop the Rainmaker. What is it gonna happen? What is it gonna happen? They need to feed the jumps for their teammates, but they also need to pick up the Rainmaker. What is it gonna happen? Inkling gets down, takes down one of the Passion Fruits, takes down two. It's just a slushing machine. It's just a slushing machine.
Oh!
They take the lead.
They take the game. They take the set. That was probably one of the best sets I've seen. Oh my gosh, that was a deciding factor of the game right there. Just T being the only one left alive, and then just giving those their teammates their jumps, and then immediately pushing back up. That was well played on the side of yeahh, and as well for Passion Fruit for being able to get that and keep that lead for so long. For yeahh to only get the lead once, and that being in overtime. That was a really good game 3.
And that is already the first team that is going for the semifinals on the Grey White. We still don't have the results from any other matches apart from a tie between Summit and the IRS phone number. Regarding what's happening on Hammerhead, we can already see that 2 teams already advanced to semifinals. fanclub beat Sirius 3-0. Catnip beat Tuki 3-0, so they are fighting on the semifinals. Operation Paradox is now 1-0 over Assault, and Luau and Watch Party don't have any of the results reported.
But yeah, other than that, I believe that set was actually me and Fern's last set commentating tonight. So yeah, Fern, is there any socials you want to promote real quick?
I do hate Twitter, but if you want to follow me there, that's okay, at superfern013. You can DM me anything you want. You can ask me anything you want. I don't mind answering random questions, because if it helps you get a little bit better on the game, even if it is to redirect to other people, yeah, sure, hit on Twitter, and where they can hit you, Reef, on social media.
You can see me over on screen right now at _Reef with 4 E's _. So yeah, that's it for me. I don't really have anything else for now. But yeah, if that's it for you, Fern, that will be the end for us today. You will be seeing a commentator switch very soon, and we will see you back here very soon for the rest of Great White. So yeah, we'll see you soon. Good night.
Give a welcome applause for Popcom and Skeppy when they join after us, and also press F for Kraken, because Kraken has a stomachache. Bye!
Hello, friends, and welcome back to SOS 39. I am Popgun, joining the mic by Skep, and we are still in round one. As you can see, Summit is playing the phone number to the IRS, and that is, I cannot believe that that logo has found its way into... that is amazing that we can just rip that logo off and it's still displaying like that animation right there. But we're in the middle of game 5, and we couldn't wait any longer, so we're just going to start off with game 5 here in this set, and I believe we're going to do predictions as well. Skep, first off, am I pronouncing it correctly? And second off, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, thanks for asking. And yes, most people call me Skep, but the full name is Skepidillions. We got bored here at IPL and decided that y'all deserve this bonus match just as much as we do. So here we have the IRS versus Summit. It looks pretty interesting to me. How you doing tonight, Popgun?
I'm doing good. Better than these two teams are, because they're going to be playing in a nerve-wracking game 5 that now everybody's going to be paying attention to, not just them. I have nothing to tell you about the first couple of games in the set. I think Summit won game 1, actually. So I remember it was, I think, what you're seeing on screen doesn't really matter as far as like who actually won. I believe Summit won game 1, IRS won game 2 and 3, and then Summit won this last game. We were following it. It looked like it went into overtime. We didn't actually see what happened, but for what it's worth, Summit did win the tower control game. We have no idea how close or anything like it was, but for game 5, at least they're going to a mode that they previously won on.
Yeah, TC Mako Mart, which is such an interesting map mode combination just because you do have all those ledges, and given the Summit did win originally, we would want to lean towards Summit with this 5th match, but we don't want to cut anybody out yet. This is obviously going to be a very intense match, given that we are in a best of 5 and both of these teams did manage to take 2 wins. The pressure is on. They're probably very excited to be on stream, probably also very nervous. And it looks like they are taking a little bit longer on the side of the IR to make their final comp decisions. So I'm definitely very curious to see what they pull out. And remember, if somebody gives you a phone call asking for your taxes in the form of gift cards, don't do that.
And with that warning, we are finally heading into game 5 here in round 1. Tower control at Mako Mart. Summit taking on the entirety of the IRS. Havoc coming out with a Soda Slosher. Leo with the Bamboo. No real surprises there. Those two players kind of known for using those weapons. Q rocking out the T-Tech as well on the side of... Oh gosh, look at all that. That's half of Arctic Moon basically on the side of IRS, as I believe that was Dark going down there with the K-Shot. Leo going down with the Bamboo. Nish High taking down Pay Your Taxes, hopping onto the tower. So initially, the opening frame going into the favor of Summit. The question is, can they get to this first checkpoint cleanly, as players from the IRS are starting to spawn back in and throw a lot of havoc at the tower?
There are 3 members of the IRS over there on Bunker. Unfortunately, their armor member in the form of the NZAP did go down for just a moment, but it does look like they have that armor ready to go. They definitely want to pop that as the tower moves towards the second checkpoint. This is definitely a position where you can take the tower rather cleanly. It is so close to your defendable areas, but it does look like the IRS is having quite a bit of trouble as that T-Tech pops that Inkjet and is dancing around the tower. It does look like that tower is going back to mid, so both teams are going to want to paint up and contest mid.
A good job of passing that first checkpoint as we see Nick just eating up havoc right there on the K-Gal, the RNG working in their favor. You know, it's kind of hard to miss an RNG shot when the player's right in front of your face. This first checkpoint going to fall. You know, it's the thing about this map and mode is this second checkpoint. You're kind of stuck there right in the middle of the freezer section. It's very hard to get across that checkpoint. And even if they get lead right here, where it looks like it doesn't, it looks like Summit will hold on to that lead. Leo, combined with the H3 here, doing a very good job of cleaning up that last player. Holding on to lead, but it doesn't really matter that much at this point. 3 minutes left to go. It's really going to come down to who can get across that second checkpoint first and make themselves a little bit more comfortable in this game.
That second checkpoint is incredibly defendable on the side of the defenders. It does look like the IRS is popping that Stingray here, and it looks like an Inkjet as well as they try to defend the tower. Oh, I apologize, that Inkjet was on the side of Summit. Unfortunately, it does go down from that wonderful slosher, and it looks like Summit is going to increase their lead here, getting it down to 50 remaining, but still not anywhere near that second checkpoint. They are working their way up. They do have all 4 members up and growing special utility. The T-Tech and the K-Gal both go down on each side, but they are really struggling to even access that second checkpoint.
This H3 player here, I believe Nishi is how that is pronounced, maybe, doing a really good job. Popping a lot of armors, getting a lot of picks, and whoa, look at this, 3 players going down for the side of the IRS. That Stingray coming out a little bit too late. That checkpoint falls in the favor of Summit, and now things are starting to look a little scary as Q starting to heat up as well. Popping this Inkjet, 2 players going down on the side of the IRS. Nick up top there, getting called out by Havoc. And the H3 doing a good job. And Nick takes a plunge. I don't know how you fall off a map in a grocery store. There shouldn't be something below you, but somehow the IRS finds it. They saved that checkpoint for now, but 2 minutes left to go. This is starting to look a little scary as Summit has cleared that second checkpoint with ease.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've managed to shift the battle lines all the way towards the IRS's base, so not only do they have to push that tower, but they also have to paint up so much, and that area is being contested by Summit, and it looks like the IRS is on that tower. That Slosher does a great job of trying to clear that bunker. 3 members are down on the side of the Summit. That T-Tech is the only one up, and the members of the IRS know exactly where they are, and they are coming to collect those taxes.
It's just going to be a question of can they clear this checkpoint. If they do, they'll basically tie this game up, and they do. 1 player for Summit, that is Leo going down, but here comes this Booyah Bomb out as well. Q right behind everybody, gets a nice pick with the Inkjet, trying to take down Dark as well. Does get the collateral damage with a little bit of chip there, and they do see the stealth jump coming in here. But again, with 1 minute left to go, this is still basically a tied game right now. Summit with about a half a checkpoint lead, and they're doing a good job of making sure this tower gets back to mid, but there is a lot of IRS ink on the ground right now, and that is going to get them in a good, decent position if they want to continue this push. Finding a way to take down Q, that is a good start. Now they're back on the tower, combined with the raid. They're going to be popping armor here any second as the tower gets closer to that checkpoint. But hello! Havoc right behind everything, gets a nice pick and drags somebody else down with them with an assist before getting taken down themselves. And this is going to be a dramatic 15 seconds left in this game if the IRS wants to find a way to pull this one out, as they are quickly losing map control, even though that's a very nice pick on Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. That Jet Sculptor did a fantastic job of getting that pick. They only have 15 seconds left, so that Jet is really going to be able to defend that tower as much as possible. That ends up going down at just the wrong time, right before they popped armor. The Jet does go down as well, putting them in a 3v4 situation. They managed to take out the T-Tech as it has Inkjet, which is going to give them a wonderful opportunity, and that Booyah is going to just not shield them for long enough as Summit manages to take the tower, shutting down the IRS's chances of an overtime push. Fantastic job for Summit for taking the set.
It's not how many splats you get as an individual, it's when you get those splats. Leo only got 8 KAs right there, but literally 4 of those KAs came in that last 5 seconds. Literally, it's getting the kills right at the right time. Clutch moment there as Summit holds on and gets the win and moves on to still round 2. That was just the end of round 1 of Top Cut. And I believe we're not going to take a break here. I think we've had a long enough delay. I'm sure Summit is ready to go, and the team they're going to be playing foams. Might be foaming at the mouth of how bored they're getting. So I think we might just take a little time to kind of breathe. We kind of jumped in the middle of that set there and welcome you all into SOS 39 Top Cut. What is this? The Great White bracket or whatever. Very nice couple of wins we've seen here on stream. Summit winning, winning a little bit earlier there. And we want to thank you all for coming in and joining us here on this Wednesday night. Most of you back in school, maybe some of you college kids haven't quite returned to school just yet. You got a few more weeks of summer vacation. Maybe you're supposed to be, maybe you're doing homework right now. Maybe you were supposed to be doing your homework. Maybe you're just trying to fall asleep because you knew Popgun was going to be commentating tonight, and oh, that guy will put me to sleep for sure. For whatever reason it is that you are watching the stream tonight, we appreciate your viewership, and we are happy to have you here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful Wednesday night. I know a lot of my teammates are extremely tired. A lot of them are college age and they're moving into the dorms and whatnot. Getting to know their roommates is such an exciting time of year, not only for us as a community, but for people in their lives in general. So I hope you're having a wonderful time getting adjusted to whatever changes are going on in your life. And, thank you for being here with us. Popgun, I hope you're doing well tonight as well, and that your August is going lovely.
August, the last time I was in school was 2013. So I graduated college, 8 years ago, and I'm so just incredibly thrilled to not be going to classes anymore. That is amazing. As we're finishing that, I don't know why a player for Summit left. It's not like they were going anywhere. We are moving on to round 2. The team you just saw win on stream, Summit, going to be taking on Foam. Foam's 1, I guess. Foam's 2 was the team that won the final testing grounds last Friday. I don't know what's the difference between Foam's 2 and Foam's 1 is. I'm assuming this one's more or less pick-up-y than the other Foams. Now, the players on Foam are familiar to me, especially Omega, whose name is Div5 Omega. On here, but I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat knows. Is this a pickup? Is this a project? Is this whatever it is? This is a somewhat consistent team. Oh, especially Bishop and Archer. Familiar with them as well. And yeah, a couple of players on this team, in this set. Specifically, Omega on Foams and Leo on Summit started off this year playing in SAC, and now you see them playing for a chance to go into grand finals of SOS. Just seeing how much those players have progressed over the course of this year, heading into the middle of August here, has been personally, just for me, has been pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually commentated that very last testing grounds. I was very fortunate to close that out, and watching Foams 2 play was an absolutely fantastic set. That final set was extremely back and forth, extremely intense. Actually, I think Foams 2, take me back on that. I think they took it in a clean sweep. Someone please correct me. I know that it was a very wonderful thing to watch, and a fantastic close to that tourney. We do have some wonderful announcements coming up with Low Ink, so please keep your eyes tuned to that. This Saturday and Sunday. So, it's Low Ink. Who's not going to be watching it? I know I'm going to be there. I know our lovely Kraken is going to be there, and I believe you're going to be there, Popgun, as well. So,
yes, I'm one of the head TOs. I have no choice but to be there, unfortunately.
And I'm sure many of our lovely teams will be participating as well.
Yes. And let's see, what are we going in here? Hey, speaking of Low Ink, a couple of players here are Low Ink champions as well. I guess the 2 players that I kind of talked about, but that's enough of that. Hey, are predictions done? Did you miss predictions? Probably. But if you can still predict on your screen, make sure you do that now. What else are you going to do with those points other than gamble them away? Do you think Summit is going to keep riding this momentum, or is Foams going to wake up from being that long slumber that they had to wait for this set to get started? Regardless, whatever you choose, it doesn't matter. We are getting started with or without you. Game 1 going to be Clam Blitz at Snapper Canal. This might be a map that Summit is probably excited to see just based off of their comps. But Foams, I guess this question is going to be, is Mega going to break out that carbon roller or not?
Yeah, absolutely. There's just so much to be done on Clam Blitz Sniper. I do expect to see some bubbles coming out. A Stingray would also be pretty good, and it does look like we are seeing AM Bamboo, which is a wonderful, wonderful clan-bliss weapon. The Soda Slush are bringing in that burst bomb, which is something that can very clearly be used to clear the basket. And we see a Blob Deco, which is quite an unusual Clams weapon, but my favorite weapon. And so I'm very excited to see how they can flex with that on the side of Foams.
Well, Leo getting a very early pick on Bishop there, who's using the Grim Range Blaster as 3 players go down on the side of Summit. Havoc being the last player left alive with the Power Clam, easily found by Archer, who does a good job of cleaning up that. So a lot of clams now being built up by Foams as they're getting a lot of green paint on the ground, trying to build up some specials here. Does have Bomb Rush to work with, looking to get some armor as well. Archer just on this side so far away from everything as Omega still using that carbon roller, gets taken down by Leo yet again as Archer gets a nice pick but backing up. But yeah, Archer doing a good job of staying alive here, but hasn't really been able to accomplish anything so much in the first minute here as Summit has reestablished themselves and are now starting to push up. And just as soon as I say that, they'll go 3 down, and Havoc, once again being the last player left alive, forced to chase Archer, who does pop the basket, and the first points are going to Foams.
Yeah. If there's any player in this scene that can convince you that the end zap needs to be nerfed, it is Archer. He is cracked with the zap. You can very clearly see his skill in staying alive. Unfortunately, on the side of Foams, it does look like their push is dead, as that poor Carbon was the only one up, and they do get taken out, which means that it is time to take control of mid for Summit. You need to take control here with Paint in order to have any chance of getting clams. That Bamboo does have their Bomb Rush ready to go, and it looks like the L3 has their special ready to go as well. They do pop that armor, giving Summit a good chance to push up, but the T-Tech is down, which means you're not going to get that sweet, sweet armor and jet combo. They have a clam as well, but they're giving away their location, which is something to be very concerned, because it does look like Archer is coming up with that zap.
You know, there's a lot of splats coming out here. You know, basically a lot of trades going on, but it seems to be that all the splats and trades are going into the favor of Foams, as we see Archer camping out once again on this spot. Man, the camera really loves Archer when they're not anywhere near the action. Now they're starting to push up here, popping the basket, and a couple of clams to follow up with it as well, as Archer does go down. Div 5 Omega getting taken down. Bishop's kind of stuck there in an awkward spot, so that is actually a wipe, and all 4 players on Summit are alive and online with a few specials as well, as you see Q starting to push up, Nishi starting to establish some paint on the ground as well. So there is a situation here for Summit to get something going. Omega gets taken down. Havoc starting to pop some bomb rushes as well to get more paint on the enemy side of the map before Summit finally comes in here, gets a couple of power clams in, and starting to bleed down some points as well. Can they do enough just to get lead? They have enough clams to do it, and they're getting the slats as well. But now here comes all of a sudden 3 players going down, but they do get the lead, but they get wiped in the process. Foams with an opportunity to strike right back.
Yeah, absolutely. Archer and Div 5 Omega did a fantastic job of clearing their basket from opponents. Unfortunately, they were just not able to do it quickly enough, giving Summit the opportunity to pull lead here. However, be aware, it does look like Foams currently has a power clam and growing special utility, as well as just a surplus of clams. Archer is coming back up. Unfortunately, the rail is painted ahead of him. He does pop that armor, giving his team a chance to get work up, but the path is now predictable. Summit has seen it before, and that Bamboo is ready to shut you down.
Archer getting taken down in the zip line. That means the power clam is going to take a swim. Chico working around this left side here with Blob. About a minute left to go, so there's still plenty of time to get something going here on the side of Foams. All they got to do is pop the basket and throw in a couple of clams, and that'll be enough to get them lead. So this is a very nerve-wracking situation for Summit, who does take down 3 players, and Chico being the last player left alive, forced to back up here. And now the question is going to be for Summit. You have a little bit of a man advantage. Do you try to capture some points, get some turf down in mid, or do you just kind of stay back, try to turtle up, and try to hold on for the next 30 seconds with this lead that is not looking very comfortable as the clock is starting to tick down? But 2 more players go down on the side of Foams. Summit starting to be a little aggressive, and a nice play by Archer, who gets a double before getting taken down themselves. So a little bit of a stalemate here in mid, and that is going to work into Summit's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. With only 5 seconds left remaining, Foams currently does have a power climb. They can try to push here. The bamboo does go down, taking out a huge chunk of Summit's defensive power. And the blob and the ends up are the only ones up. But we have seen what Archer can pull off. But unfortunately, with overtime currently being active, the clock is ticking down, and 4 members are down on the side of Foams and coming out of spawn. I don't think we're going to be able to see an overtime push here.
Very nicely done by Summit, holding on. Again, basically 2 minutes there that they had to hold on and make sure the basket didn't get popped at all. Otherwise, they were surely going to lose lead. Instead, they kept the aggression up. They didn't overextend. And Archer with 19 KA in a losing effort. You gotta putting a lot of pain down there on the side of Foams, but it's not enough as Summit does take game 1. Now moving right along into game 2 here, Rainmaker at Black Belly Skate Park. You know, both teams kind of opted to go anchorless. We've kind of seen that throughout these 2 games that we've seen Summit play. Foams, I don't think, has a true anchor on their roster either. So this might be one of the rare instances where you see a Rainmaker Black Belly game with no Stingray.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. In the sets that I've seen Foams play recently, I have never seen them pull out an anchor, and I believe they also had an opportunity to pull out a C-Jet on their last set that they played on Testing Grounds, and they did not pull that out either. It would be very interesting if we do see that come out on the side of Summit, just because we all know how overpowered Stingray is on Black Belly Skate, but it's just not expected, to be honest.
Yeah, Rainmaker could be a little overpowered too, depending on how you look at it. You know, this map and mode in general, I see so many people complain about it because they see it so often. I want to point something out. Name one better Rainmaker map. 1, you cannot. And 2, name like 3 other Rainmaker maps that are even viable. You cannot. There's only like 4 or 5 Rainmaker maps that are actually somewhat decent for competitive. So that's why you see Black Belly Skate Park Rainmakers so often. It's because, well, let's be honest, there's no other Rainmaker map you truly want to see. And we do see no C-Jet there, no C-Jet there. Actually, I don't think anybody changed a single weapon across the entire... Nope, those are the same 8 weapons that were in the last game. Let's double down and go at it again, even though it's a different mode. I like it.
You know, you might hate me after this pop gun, but I also love me some Rainmaker Mori. I know that's a controversial opinion. However, it does look like the T-Tick and the Blob Deco are going down, as well as that Slosher. The Archer has the armor ready to go. He does pop it, and the Blaster unfortunately does go down. The armor can't save him, but Archer's coming in to take out that L3. That's quite a situation because it does take out Foam's armor for the next couple of minutes. The Blob does go down as well, taking out a significant chunk of their ink coverage. And it does look like we are currently in a stalemate. The Rainmaker being in true mid is just such a pain because it's so accessible to both teams and it's so incredibly defendable. Once that Rainmaker is off of that pedestal, though, this game really starts.
Yeah, you could see both teams trying to be a little hesitant to make a push going here, but now 2 players are down on the side of Summit, so Foams will take the advantage here, and Chico gives Q a bath, bouncing the bubbles off of the wall there to get a nice splat. Starting to push up here a little bit, but the slosher shots from Havoc starting to rain down from that grass area, and Leo doing a good job of kind of body blocking with their with the bamboo as well. Bomb rush coming out here, but it won't be enough to get the pop and pick up the Rainmaker because everybody else is dead on the side of Foams. Chico sharking here, and they don't recognize it. They don't recognize it. Leo does a little too late and gets taken down, so about 5 more points. And can Foams capitalize off of that with that little trade there? It looks like no. They do take down Q, but they're not going to find a way to get past the other 2 players unless they do. Havoc now being the last player left alive as Neo sneaks in back from the respawn. 2 players going down. So Foams with an opportunity from a little cheeky play from Chico, but it's not going to amount to a whole lot more other than just about 5 more points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very beatable lead for Rainmaker Blackbelly. That Bamboo is putting up quite a lot of pressure there in mid. They do have their armor and their inkjet ready to go. That is a powerful combo, and Foams is going to be on the lookout for it as both of those members. They don't actually pop. I take that back. 2 members are down on the side of Summit, and it looks like Foams is working their way back up. They do pick the Rainmaker, and that Rainmaker is in an excellent position for them to try to push that, but unfortunately the NZAP 85 is the last one up, and Summit's going to be taking control of mid here. They can absolutely rush that Rainmaker left and score a significant amount of points.
You know, Summit has been kind of struggling in this neutral, the neutral ground of this game so far. It seems like they're the ones who are losing 2 players whenever there's a neutral ground, and they can't really find a way to get the Rainmaker going there. Trying to force them along that right side gets taken down very quickly, and QB being the last player left alive, holding down mid and has a lot of purple ink to kind of work with here. But here comes the Bathtub's going to do a very good job of putting a lot of paint down as they try to throw out some suction bombs as well to push all these Summit players back. It looks like they're just trying to make sure that Rainmaker resets. Now, I've been saying Summit hasn't really been doing a good job of winning these neutral fights here in mid, but we know how Rainmaker goes. All it takes is just one bad 5 seconds, and this lead is going to fall for Foams, and it's not a huge lead at all, especially for this map, and only, especially with a minute 30 seconds left to go, which is an eternity in Rainmaker.
And that Carbon is doing a fantastic job of keeping themselves alive. They do manage to go up straight up to Summit. They skirmish a little bit, and then they fall back. But unfortunately, on that re-engagement, they do go down. That Archer is the one holding that Rainmaker, which is going to take out their armor. He's not going to be able to pop that armor while he's holding it, and he does go down with it, which resets his special gauge. That's not a situation that you want to be in. Summit has painted up a significant portion of the map, and it looks like we're going to see exactly what you described. That T-Tech does have a the Nozzle Nose does have a clear shot to be able to push up. The Blob does take them out, which is fantastic defense on the side of Chico. They do have that bomb rush ready to go as well. You can use that to clear an area. You can use that to pop the shield, but they don't need to right now. With 36 seconds remaining, they just want to let this reset and then take the engagement in mid.
That was the window Summit was looking for, and they might not get another one with about in that 1 minute mark there. It looks like they took down 3 players. Omega's Carbon Roller being the last player that was left alive, able to get a nice trade that kind of stalled things a little bit, and just Summit couldn't get established there. And now Archer, being the last player left alive, making a little bit of a defensive push here, taking it to the enemy snipe. Are they going to survive this next 5 seconds? I don't think so. There's a Q Inkjet barreling right down at their face, and they do take care of Omega, who is able to kind of jump in there. So here you go. They actually don't have a whole lot of way to go. They just gotta get up that hill and push it around. You see Havoc screaming this way. Give me some ground to work with. We don't have that much farther to go. No Stingray to work with here, so they kind of have all day to just kind of sit back and get a pick. Archer goes down. The Blob gets the kill, though. The bubbles bouncing off the wall and doing just enough chip damage to eventually bring down Summit and tying this setup at 1 apiece. Who needs a Stingray when you have a Blobobbler?
I am going to say it time and time again, but the last thing you want to do with a Blob is give away your position, which is exactly what holding the Rainmaker does. Man, you just completely remove the need for that Blob to run thermal and get a pot shot on you. It just, what a fantastic job on the side of Chico. I know that they work that Blob very hard. They're very talented with it, and it's certainly admirable to see how someone could push such a unique weapon and such a off-meta niche choice. So congratulations to Chico there for pushing that deco.
Well, off meta. I mean, look at everything Foams is bringing out here. A Carbon Roller, a Grim Range Blaster, and a Blobobbler. This is about as most unmeta as you can possibly get, aside from Archer, who is dominating this game with the 1 meta weapon, the NZAP. So here we go. A game 3 set tied at 1 apiece in this best of 5. Winner moves on to grand finals. Loser takes a little dip into the 3rd place match, which neither team wants to be there. They want to win this whole tournament. Splat Zones at Art Academy. Arguably the best map and mode that we have in competitive Splatoon. A K-Shot coming out from Q. They own a different weapon. Interesting. Can't say the same for Foams, who is busting out the same exact comp that they had before. So one player decided to switch. The other 7 still doubling down with what they got, and it's been a really balanced comp between these two teams. You got to say from so far what we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Bringing out that K-Shot does give them that sweet double missiles. Unfortunately, now they're no longer going to have the Inkjet armor combo, but we know how double missiles works. They can just keep that blob from camping, which is something you want to be able to do on this map mode. You don't want that blob on tree. You don't want that blob anywhere near the zone where they could just spam bubbles, and you especially don't want them top mid. So it does look like Foams currently is holding the zone. That Carbon Deco does have their chicken rush ready to go. Not much of a special, but it can definitely keep people from dropping into mid. Can they hold this lead, given that a lot of their paint source is down in the form of that blob? Most likely not, because the Carbon Deco does fall shortly after, and the Grim range does as well.
You know, it's a very good situation there for Summit to break out of that lockout. It seemed like Foam players were in a good position to try to extend that point a little bit longer, but ultimately one player just died, and then specials come out, and before you know it, the zone is gone. Omega working around that left side, but gets called out. 3 players responding to it, led by Leo up top here. And I guess the question is going to be, how are they going to knock Leo off this tower as Summit does get the lead? That Grim range should have enough range to kind of poke the bamboo back, but as missiles come out here, and the rest of the Summit players doing a good job of working around these sides here. Q ultimately going down with that K-Shot, but Archer going down as well. So a 3v3 situation. You see Chico just staying up on this plat, doing a good job, taking down the H3. Oh, but can Havoc take care of the suction bombs before they get splatted? And it looks like no. So the Blobobbler will get zone, even though Havoc does get the pick eventually. So KO not yet coming for Summit. Foam staying alive for a little bit longer, and the question is going to be, can they hold on to the zone and work with the specials that they got? You see Bishop taking the spot that Leo was just in on top of that tower there with the Grim range.
Absolutely, and you saw a very clean sweep with the missiles trying to give callouts to their teammates. It does look like they're going to have a struggle to maintain zone. That blob is the last one up. Summit does manage to cap, and now they're going to work up and try to push pressure their opponent's plat in order to force a lockout situation. That Soldier Slusher does have that burst bomb rush ready to go, which is definitely a very big concern. You don't want to be near that thing when it pops, and it does pop, so I'm definitely curious to see where that Soda Slusher is. It does look like they're just chucking their bombs at the opponent's plat.
Yeah, here we go. Chico doing oh, there's a suction bomb right in front of your face. Oh no, and that was the special too. So Omega going down, and now I don't think they have enough to be able to get across the zone unless Summit just kind of feeds into something here. Oh, one player getting taken down for nothing in return, but is it going to be enough to cap zone? Armor getting popped here, but I don't think there's enough paint left alive. Even though H3 gets a very nice direct on Omega, it's not going to be enough to stall the zone there. So Summit, oh man, it looked like they were in a position to get that KO, but just an unfortunate timing of one player to go down is enough for Foams to get back in this one. And if you give Foams an opportunity, as they've shown in the Rainmaker game, they can run with it. All the penalty points gone now, and they're starting to do some permanent damage with still a ton of time left on the clock.
Absolutely, Foams is managing to work down towards that lead. That zone is being heavily contested, though. They're going to have to give away their positions in order to be able to paint that if they want to be able to keep that zone at all. That blob is trucking suction bombs at the zone, but it is in vain because all of their teammates are down and they just can't simply cap that zone all by themselves. A minute left in that match. That Bamboo does get a sweet pick on a member of Foams. Unfortunately, they do go down after, and that blob once again is up, chucking suction bombs at the zone. And it looks like they're going to be able to take it that time.
What is the special points on these blobs? 7 suction bomb rushes. It seems like this thing gets it whenever it needs it, and it's been so clutch for Foams. It's really been keeping them in this game that they can fire off all those suction bombs and put paint down across the entire zone anytime that they need it. And they're going to need another suction bomb rush if they want to hold on here. Omega getting taken down by missiles. A Q that were coming from Q's K-Shot. That as opposed to the T-Tech that they were using, and 3 players going down. This Blob does have the Suction Bomb Rush ready to go, and Q, combined with Leo, does a very good job of taking him down, so that Suction Bomb Rush will not be online. It won't be able to help Foams get control of zone, and even though 1 player make that 2 players die, it's not going to be enough to get control of zone. Summit does just enough to hang on and win this one, and are now 1 game away from heading to Grand Finals.
What a fantastic set on both sides. That zone was just back and forth the entire match. That Blob just did a fantastic job. I know I'm going to talk about Blob a lot. I do love me my Blob. I am biased. As you said, they did get 7 suction bombs, which is probably about what a competitive Blob should be doing in order to be able to apply a significant amount of paint pressure. And we are going to be moving on to TC Manta after this. This is a splash wall, lovely map. I would love to see some K-Gal, perhaps even some V-Blob, you know what I mean? As we move forward into this, just because there are so many different ways that you could bounce that wall off of walls on Manta. It's definitely a very different map mode. I'm very curious to see what both of these teams choose to do with it.
Yeah, and on the flip side, this also seems to be Summit's, well, I shouldn't say I know, but they've been playing very well on tower control games so far in this top cut, currently 2-0. Those were the 2 wins they got against the IRS in the previous set. So if you're Summit, this is the game you want to see in game 4. If you don't want to go to Clam Blitz, which is going to be very good for Leo's Bamboo Piranha Pit on game 5, this is probably looking like a map mode that might be in your favor again. So Foams, a bit of an uphill battle here, not just because they're down, but because just because this map seems to favor what Summit likes to do. Summit taking a little bit more time to pick the weapons they want. Could it be that they're possibly going to do something other than Bamboo, Soda Slosher, K-Shot, and H3? Question mark. Foam's rating up very quickly. I think we can all assume what they're going to go with. And to their credit, has been working out really well, but again, you kind of pointed out Blob. We have seen Blob be used on tower control very effectively in this tournament in the past, but I guess we're going to have to see if it's going to really work out here against this fast-paced comp that someone is going to be bringing out. And we do see Leo do switch it up. So a double slosher coming out with the Kensa machine, dropping the Bamboo. And we do see a K-Shot coming out from Omega, I believe, that is using that instead of the Carbon Roller. Yeah, so a little bit of a comp change on both sides.
Yeah, absolutely, and what an interesting change that is. I had a feeling the Bamboo was just going to switch out just because there are so many ways where your shots can be blocked here on TC Manta. I was not expecting a K-Slosh. Unfortunately, that K-Slosh does go down, as does the Zap and the T-Tech on the side of Foams, and it looks like Foams is going to take the tower here, even though they have 2 members are down. They are pushing up, and it looks like the members of Summit are all coming out of spawn. They are taking control of that elbow. They are trying to work their way back to bunk. I don't think enough of them went down for that to be that situation, for it to be this snowbally. They have to have jumped back in order to try and recuperate, but perhaps that was not the best call, because we do see that blob on top of their opponent's bunker. That is not a situation that you want them to be in. That sloshing machine does take them out, though. I mean, that slosher, my apologies. They does take them out, though, and it looks like that is going to be the end of that push, because the Grim Range cannot take that tower all by themselves.
Yeah, Bishop jumping out there, but damage done. Now, they cleared the first checkpoint. Okay, that, you know, the first checkpoint's going to fall for both teams. It's basically right there in mid. It's not the most difficult one to get across. But you kind of think about, well, why would Leo go with K-Machine over Bamboo? The answer is that second checkpoint. You can do so many things defensively with the arcing shot of the Kensa machine with all the range that it has to kind of hold that second checkpoint. And that's going to be critical in this set, because that second one is so difficult, like so many maps, that second one is so difficult to get across, just because of the position that it is in that little alley of those, where those walls are there. So, but for right now, Summit having a difficult time getting anything established. This is kind of looking like the Rainmaker game, where all the neutral splats are going into the favor of Foams, and Summit getting a lot of difficulty getting any kind of pushes started, constantly being forced to play defense.
absolutely. Foams is doing a fantastic job of keeping up that pressure. That blob once again taking control of their opponent's bunker, and now they're not going to allow their opponents to be able to use that elbow in order to Christian tower. Nishi is coming up, trying to get as close to that tower as possible. It does look like Foams clears that second checkpoint. That's the difficult one. Once you get this thing down towards that little drop area there, it is going to be significantly easier for them to push that. 2 members are down on the side of Foams, which means that this push is going to be coming towards a close. You have 4 members of Summit swarming around that tower. It is now inaccessible for Foams. Summit has an opportunity here to take control of mid and begin their counter push.
You know, these pushes that Foam is busting out here are bleeding a lot of time on the clock here. We only got 2 minutes left to go in this game, and Summit has only touched the tower once. They haven't even come close to getting to that first checkpoint. I said it was so easy to clear. That might not be the case. And now finally, Summit able to get some momentum going. 2 players going down on the side of Foam, so they do arrive at this first checkpoint. They do lose Havoc in the process as they get to their second one, and then all of a sudden the blob starts firing shots there. Archer in their snipe, so doing a very good job defending. Whoa! Very nice splat there by the H3 to try to get something going here, but man, I'm genuinely surprised it's taken Summit this long to get across this first checkpoint. They seem to keep having the man advantage, but somebody keeps stepping up for Foams to try to get a splat. Hugo's taken down there, and missiles come out. The first checkpoint does finally fall, but they don't have a lot of time left if they want to find a way to get past that second one. Just a minute left to go, as opposed to the 3 that Foams used to get across that second checkpoint.
Yeah, absolutely, and it does look like every single member of Summit that is supposed to be in mid is currently down. That Nozzle Nose does go down as well. Foams has a significant man advantage here in mid, and they are working up. Bish is trying to take that confrontation over there on upper left, and they're pushing that tower defensively towards their opponent's checkpoint. They may not be able to get the KO, but you can shift the battle lines to that street in order to keep Summit from even painting up mid. With 33 seconds, Summit, their work cut out for them. That Nozzle Nose is once again the only one up, and this is not a good situation to be in if you're Summit.
Hey, at least Summit is still in this game, but they are losing players rather quickly. Bishop in a very annoying spot for any kind of Grim range to be, and you just see, okay, they recognize they don't need to push the tower. They don't need to give it to Summit. They're backing up here. They're just building up some specials, and look, another suction bomb rush, the 7th of the game for the blob, ready to go and just firing all over that tower. Havoc desperately trying to take care of the blob, who does a good job of dodging and landing all of those suction bombs, and Foam stays alive, forcing a decisive game 5 here, with the grand finals staring them down for the winner.
Yeah, absolutely. That blob is just so fun to watch. They're dancing all over the place. They're on their bunker. They're in mid. I absolutely really enjoy watching them. And we are moving on to a Clam Blitz Piranha Pit, which is once again such a Stingray heavy map, but we have yet to see any Stingrays come out. And it does look like that first Clam Blitz match did go to Summit. So that's something to keep in mind. Summit does have a little bit of an edge here, but that first Clam Blitz match was just so incredibly close. This really could be anybody's game.
Could, but I still feel like this is a map that is going to favor Summit over Foams, solely because Leo is going to be able to go back to that Bamboo, and Bamboo is absolutely broken on this map, especially that vanilla one. You can just fire curling bombs directly down mid. You can just fire those missiles and force the other team to scatter and move. So especially with the fast-paced comp that Summon is breaking out here. Now, of course, Blob is going to work extremely well on this map too. There is a lot of paint that you can put down on this map, and Blob does a really good job of that, especially just kind of controlling lanes. So it's going to be a Blob versus Bamboo matchup. And I still feel like this one's going to be favored by Summit. But like you said, anybody's game. It's going to be an exciting game, unless it's not.
Yeah, absolutely. You can vote Bamboo, and I will vote my lovely dearest Glob, and we will see who wins, Popgun.
Carpet roller
Right.
coming back out.
Yeah, absolutely. And that bamboo is coming back out as well. We are seeing these team comps that we have seen many times. Nishi throwing a booyah. They are confident on the side of Summit that they are going to take this set, and they do get an early armor pop. They are both working up. Archer does have his armor ready to go, and Pops as well. But the first member to go down on is the bamboo from that blob. Who's laughing now, Popgun?
Certainly Foams is, as you can see them starting to push up here, getting a lot of points in here, and this can be very dangerous. This is a snowbally map, and a lot of points going down. They're already crossed halfway. It looks like they are out of clamps, though, but 2 players are down for the side of Summit. This is looking very dangerous as they are picking up more clamps. Can they get back there in time? It looks like Omega will, and they start to throw in even more clamps. 2 players going down, but you see someone around the tire area with 8 more clamps. Make that, yeah, it's Archer at the back door. Do they have enough to get lead? They do! Wow! All it took was 1 KO.
I mean, what? I'm sorry, I told myself I wouldn't say absolutely, but here I am saying it nonstop. But just wow, what a push from Foes, taking that from 100 to 0 in a single push. Victory be to Blob and team.
Well, I kind of said it was going to be Blob versus Bamboo. The Blob got the only fight, got the only win that they needed, and it was over from there. And you know, it just kind of dawned on me. That's the map that Foams won on to win Testing Grounds. That same map and mode, Clam Blitz at Piranha Pit. So Foams 1, Foams 2, doesn't matter. Doing a really good job and very clutch there to close out this semifinal set, and they will be moving on to grand finals in dominant fashion. Wow. Every other game in that set was so back and forth and was so few points until the dam just finally burst right there on Piranha Pit, and Foams moving on. I believe we are now finally going to take a break. Maybe a quick one, because I'm assuming, yeah. Oh, Pickup actually beat down yeahh. So Foams will be taking on Pickup in grand finals coming up very shortly. Get your popcorn, use the bathroom, and we will be coming right back with grand finals of SOS 39 here on IPL. Hello, friends, and welcome back to SOS 39. My name is Absolutely, and I'm joined on the mic by Skep here on Grand Finals, which is going to be Foams, who you just saw win in dramatically dominant fashion, playing against Pickup. Now, I'm going to call out Pickup here. I've seen Pickup win a couple of these tournaments and make grand finals in a couple of these tournaments so many times to where you can't just keep calling yourself a pickup if you're going to be playing together this consistently and this often. You are no longer a pickup. Sorry, not sorry. But yes, these guys have won several SOS tournaments going up against Foam, who would be looking for their first. And has an uphill battle against a strong team here, led by Lucas, Burdon, and Misa.
Yeah, it does look like we're going to be seeing a wonderful, fantastic set. I do expect this to be a very intense set. We've seen Foams pull some crazy stuff before, and we also all know how Pickup is. I think if you watch a lot of IPL tournaments, you have seen Pickup play quite a lot, and it does look like we are starting here with Rainmaker of Blackbelly Skate Park. We do have a junior coming out on the side of Pickup, and once again, Archer choosing for the NZAP for that armor, and we do once again see that Blob coming out. Unfortunately, the Blob is the first one down. The K-Gal is down as well, maintaining this neutral game as both teams contest for mid in this opening.
If Foams can put a lot of paint down on the map, then Omega's Carbon Roller is just going to feast here. This is a very deadly roller map, especially one that has the speed of a Carbon Roller. As we see a lot of purple getting put down here, the Rainmaker finally getting picked up by Chico as the Stingray. What, a Stingray? Whoa, wait, we got an anchor player here? What is going on? That's something we haven't seen in a while, as Emmett gets a nice splat there. Even though they do round the corner, 58 points remaining, not a crazy huge score on this map. But a good opening first minute so far for Foams, even though they're losing a lot of players in this process here, giving Pickup a good window to get a counter push going.
Yeah, Emmett is applying a significant amount of pressure in the form of that Rainmaker heading around for that right hook. It does look like Pickup is going to be able to pull lead here, and they do. They still have that Rainmaker as well as 4 members up. That Rainmaker does overextend a little bit, pushing ahead of the rest of their teammates, but now they do have quite a significant margin of lead with 28 remaining.
That is a haunt Carbon Roller. Oh, it actually gets to pick on the player they were haunting, so that's kind of a respawn punisher effect that they're going to see there. Well, I believe on the NZAP player that got taken down. But regardless, 28 points remaining. That's a lot of points on the board. Still plenty of time. Obviously, 3 minutes. It's Rainmaker, of course. So anything's still possible here, but we're going to need to see a lot of paint getting put down here so that the players for Foams can start pushing up and getting to pick. We do see the K-Gal getting taken down. Bishop does fall victim to a Lucas splat bomb here as they are working hard to control their elbow, and they do establish just that. Sharky now starting to take care of the last player that is Sharking wrong, that right side, which is Omega getting taken down, and Foams push ultimately gets snuffed out by Pickup with about half of the time already gone in this game.
Yeah, Pickup's K-Gal does go down as well. The 89 does pop their missiles as soon as they have it, which is going to make the Rainmaker's job quite difficult. And the Rainmaker does get taken out rather quickly, almost immediately after they pick that up. Pickup is going to fire that Stingray at the Rainmaker shield, but they get taken out as well, and it looks like Foams is going to be able to pick up that Rainmaker again and continue this push. They might even pull lead here, and they do. That's Rainmaker for you. This lead is going to be trading back and forth for the last 2 minutes as each team's goal shifts just a little bit closer to that KO.
Only one player left alive, but it is the C-Jet here. And now Chico in a good position to be very chaotic with those blobs kind of bouncing around back there and kind of forcing the players back. But they don't get to the Rainmaker in time to extend their lead. So with about 1:45 left to go here, the NZAP player does get taken down. but the lead is on the side of Foams, and look, they're still being aggressive with it. They're not just sitting back, they're not turtling up. They know that they need to bleed time off the clock, and the best way to do that is to grab the Rainmaker and keep it on the enemy side of the map. But 2 players do go down. You don't want to lose too many players on these pushes if you're not going to drag down somebody else with you. Bishop stuck in an awkward 2v1, gets taken down as well. So a lot of picks going into the favor of Pickup, and if they want to win this one, they're at least doing all the right things right now. The question is, can they get the right kind of picks on the enemy side of the map that's going to get them deep into the enemy base? They basically got to get past that zipline area and a little bit further if they want to get the 23 remaining, but they're getting all the picks they need right now.
That Carbon Deco just comes out of absolutely nowhere, getting a triple, and you know after you get the triple, you want that quad, but unfortunately they do go down to that 89, putting up a good defense. That 89 jumps out in order to be able to save those missiles, and Foams is pushing the Rainmaker yet again with 40 seconds remaining on the clock. That Rainmaker is going to have to move, though, otherwise they are going to go down because everybody is swarming around them.
That's a
the
very
Rainmaker
good...
takes out 2 on the way out!
Yeah, I was about to say, that's a very good move right there by Foams. Again, they're being aggressive with the Rainmaker, but the difference between that push and the last one, they got a lot of trades off of that. So now, Pickup can't really do anything with that. They don't have specials to work with. Now they're finally starting to get established. They got to throw a Booyah Bomb just to pop the Rainmaker. I guess they just felt like somebody else was sharking over there just to make sure nothing else crazy happened. But now, because of that push, they have to push up here with overtime, and they only get one opportunity to do it here. Now, Foams does not have a Stingray to work with, but they do have that Blob Bobbler that worked out basically like a Stingray last time. And they're opting to take the Rainmaker to the left here, just dodging that little shot, the spot where the blobs can kind of bounce off of. Omega reacted very quickly to it, but Omega gets taken down, and the Stingray comes out right on the blob. Those 2 players stuck on the left, and that seems right where the Rainmaker is trying to go, and they stay alive just long enough. I got to look back at the replay to see what got him there. It looks like Archer with the Inzap was able to get the pick. I thought one of the blob bubbles bounced off the back wall. But there you go. Foams coming in, taking game 1 in this best of 7, led by Omega with 11 KA on that Carbon Roller.
What a fantastic match with that lead trading back and forth for quite a hot moment up until maybe 2 minutes remaining. Foams knew that what they had to do was shift the battle lines by moving that Rainmaker as close to the goal as they physically could, and that Rainmaker handler certainly clutched up in the last minute, getting those 2 kills, just staggering the other team just enough, pick up just enough in order for everybody to be able to respawn and everybody to be able to re-engage and take those fights in mid. Sometimes during overtime, you do have to play it patient, you do have to play it smart, because when that buzzer is going off, there's only one pick that matters.
Splat Zones at the Reef is the next game coming up here. If you're Foams, you're fine. This is a map, it's kind of controversial. Sometimes you can use Anchor on it. Others can say you shouldn't be using Anchor on here at all, but for Foams, that's fine. They don't have an Anchor. They just got a blob. Well, I guess arguably it could be an Anchor, but whatever. Regardless, Pickup wants to win this one if they want to avoid being down 0-2. This team that has traditionally been winning a couple of these lowings. So we see Misa coming out with the Nautilus in the same comp that we've been seeing pretty much the entire day from Foams coming out here as well. As we see an opening where both teams are just trying to get control of bridge, which is a very critical area you need to control, and that's directly where the Stingray is being fired at, coming out in the first 13 seconds, but not getting a pick on anybody. Instead of trade from the 2, the Inzap and the Junior, as one more player, Carbon, trying to sneak around this from the bridge to the street, gets taken down by Emmett. And the opening push looks like it's going to go into the favor of Pickup just because they're getting more splats.
Yeah, and I know you mentioned the fact that both teams were going rather anchorless, but we do have that C-Jet coming out, and we did see that C-Jet pop a very early Stingray, but also, this is a blob map, for sure. Being down in cage where that zone is, with that suction bomb rust, is absolutely a death trap, and you could really see how they would have trouble taking advantage of that on the side of Foams there. I mean, Pickup with that 89, because if you're below bridge, those missiles are not going to be able to hit you. So if you're being targeted while you're in that zone, all you need to do is just duck under cover a little bit and just paint over those missiles as they land in order to be able to maintain control of zone. We do see Pickup working up towards their special utility. Foam's doing the same as well. That C-Jet is down on the side of Pickup, which is going to take out a significant portion of their defense, and the Junior goes out as down as well to Div 5 Omega, which is going to take out their armor as well.
Yeah, taking down Emmett's C-Jet was pretty critical to get that push going because Emmett has been feasting 6KA in the first minute. Seems to have cooled off a little bit here. Make that 7 with another Stingray about to be online. But these Stingrays, traditionally not really something you see on this map, I don't think. Has been coming out pretty effectively from the first one they fired to this third one that's about to be coming out any second now, combined with these missiles that's going to force those players out of zone, and it's going to allow the Junior and Inzap to kind of come in and capitalize off the zone right behind it. But we see Omega jumping around the backside, taking care of the Nautilus, Bishop firing missiles on the other 3 players, and Foams responds right back, does a very good job avoiding the Stingray and missiles without losing a single player, and now throwing punches right back at Pickup and look to be threatening to take lead right here.
It does look like Foams is going to be able to take lead here. However, Pickup has 3 specials ready to go. Make that 4, and they do pop all of them. This is a dangerous situation for Foams, and they're really going to have to work in order to maintain control of that zone. It does flip to Pickup for a moment, and then it flips back to Foams, and it looks like Pickup is relatively wiped here, and Foams might even be able to get the KO.
Wow, that's a critical splat there by Archer, who ultimately goes down themselves, so it doesn't amount to as much as I thought it would. But there was a 1v1 Inzap play right there. Archer got the win, and that almost got the KO for Foams. So Pickup still staying alive in this one. They got about 20 penalty points to go through, and a lot of, actually not a whole heck of a lot of normal points to they chew through as well if they want to get back into this one. The Blob going down without them losing any players on the side of Pickup. Missiles coming back out as well to kind of force the Foam players back a little bit. Penalty points are gone, and the 5th Stingray of this game is being fired by Emmett. If they could get a splat with this would be very critical. Instead, they're starting to rush Emmett. Emmett doing a good job of staying alive, keeping it back, calling out this player who will ultimately die in zone. Unless they don't, ultimately does, but Emmett gets picked out by a burst bomb from Bishop, so a nice defense by Foams. It looks like Pickup was in a good position to get lead right back there, but now they got a ton of penalty points they want to chew through and a minute to go, but Foams looking pretty comfortable right now.
Definitely, Foams is working down those penalty points with a minute left in the match. We do see missiles coming out from that Grim range as these Sharks around trying to find a good opportunity in order to get picks. They do have missiles on them. You definitely want to be able to fall back and stay somewhere safe with that. The zone does go neutral for a second, and then it does flip in favor of Pickup, but it is a 3v3 situation. That zone is going to be very contestable. Make that a 2v3 situation, and both teams are trying to maintain control of that zone with 30 seconds left in the match.
Yeah, so far, Foams has been doing a really good job of handling all of the punches that Pickup has been throwing at them. They've been timing their specials at the right time. They've been coordinating their attacks and their pushes together, but Foams has been withstanding all of that. Now, can they get one more opportunity to withstand this push that's been coming out here? Oh, it doesn't look like they will. 3 players going down. And, Bishop doing a good job of staying alive. Can Bishop take down Emmett here? No, Emmett's going to camp this final jump by Archer, who doesn't die, but doesn't do enough to cap zone. So there we go. I'm about to say, Pickup finally landed the one punch they needed to. They threw everything they had to at Foams, and finally one connected, and now the set tied back up just because of it.
Man, Emmett top fragging with the C-Jet with 16 kills. That is absolutely fantastic, and what a nail biter that was at the end there. Oh my goodness.
Very nice play by Pickup, a veteran team. A veteran Pickup, I guess, even though they've been a Pickup for a couple of months now. Looking to win yet another SOS tournament to add to their trophy case as we head into Game 3, Tower Control at Sturgeon Shipyard. The good thing about Pickup is versus Foams is that Pickup seems to be under more... has a better capability of kind of changing up the weapons that they use here. Wait, what's going on with the lobby? I have no idea. We'll figure that out later. But it seems like Pickup is able to kind of adjust what they want to do more versus Foams, who seems to be kind of married to this comp that they're just going to keep using. The carbon roller, the blob, the N-Zap, and the grim range, which is fine. We've seen teams use the same 4 weapons before and be effective with it. It's more of a, what we're gonna do. It's on you to try to stop us kind of thing. But in a map, in a tournament like this, where with all these different maps, it might work more into the advantage of Pickup, that they have more flexibility in what they want to do. You've seen Emmett busting out the C-Jet there. You see him using the Nautilus. So a lot of different things can be done on the side of Pickup, and that might work to their favor here.
That C-Jet is absolutely going to come in clutch on Sturgeon, and we've also seen Pickup pull out a number of Slotchers, which is really going to work well on Sturgeon just because you have all of those slopes. You have rotation, which is going to really help you get a height advantage over the opponent. There's a lot of different things here that Pickup's comp is going to be better suited for.
And we're just waiting for the last players to ready up here. Again, we thank you all of you for watching this. We hope you are enjoying this fantastic stream with our producer Kraken Mayer behind the scenes doing a awesome job so far. There's always an opportunity to screw up, but we got about 5 more games left to go if it goes the distance. Game 3, set tied 1 apiece. Foams versus Pickup. Still same comp, actually. Looks like from both sides. Coming back out here yet again. And the question is going to be how effective is the Stingrays going to be? We saw it be very useful in that Splat Zones game. Obviously, tower control, Stingray used to be absolutely broken on this like several patches ago. But we see a Stingray immediately coming out, combined with those missiles, a kind of classic special combo. And it does result in a pick on Carbon.
I will say on Pickup side that, and it looks like 3 members are down on the side of Pickup. C-Jet Jr., not from the, I'm sorry, my brain is blanking, but you know the one I'm talking about, and that 89, that is just a fantastic comp. It is a beautiful comp, and it does look like Foams is going to be pushing, though. The Blob one is the last one up. They're just trying to score as many points as they possibly can before they duck out, and they dunk out successfully, managing to keep their life and their special. That Stingray is going to be come out as soon as they re-engage, though, and that armor is ready to go, as well as those missiles. We saw Pickup many times last match pop all of their specials at the exact time. They are waiting for their teammates to be in play as they rush towards that first checkpoint.
A nice play there by Chico, being the last player left alive, dancing on the tower just long enough to get past that first checkpoint. A very lengthy checkpoint to get across, and there's only 2 checkpoints on this map, so clearing that first one initially is going to be a good feeling for Foams, as now they're starting to ride the tower again, even though Chico goes down, and Noir doing a good job of getting control of their spinner, just kind of sharking up top there, waiting for the right opportunity to jump, and now they see it, and they do take care of Bishop, but 3 players down on the side of Pickup, and Foams starting to threaten to get across that second checkpoint, or at least approach it, as they have complete control of mid.
Is increasing their lead, barreling towards that second checkpoint. 2 members are down on the side of Pickup, and Archer is very clearly defending that tower. With 34 points remaining, it does look like Foams is going to allow the tower to fall back to mid, and I say allow because you know Archer could have kept that pushing had he chose to, and it looks like we do see armor being popped on both sides. Misa coming in with that Inkjet, trying to pressure that Grim Range, does get the pick there, meaning that 2 members are up. Oh, gets the blob as well. Man, that was clean, Misa. It looks like, it does look like Pickup is going to be able to very cleanly begin their counter push. That Stingray is coming out, and they are heading towards that first checkpoint. Grim Range is coming for revenge against that Nautilus. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to take that fight just quite yet. And it looks like Misa manages to get the blob as well. And then the Grim Range shortly after in that 2v1.
And Archer, being the last player left alive, gets taken out. That's going to be lead. And this whole push was set up by that very clean play by Misa on the Inkjet, killing players in midair and just and that's honestly the play that Pickup was looking for. They needed somebody to kind of step up and take charge of that mid ground that they've been having a lot of hard opportunities, or not many opportunities to take control of. But getting all those picks right there is just enough to give Pickup the lead. But still, 1:35 left to go in the game. No checkpoint lead, so this isn't a comfortable situation for either team. Especially with one player down on the side of Pickup and Foam starting to push up here.
Archer is going in aggro with that zap. Unfortunately, he does get taken down by that Splattershot Jr. Man, that is quite a fight that you don't want to lose if you're a Zap. That's why you choose to run the Zap instead of running that Splattershot. That Splattershot is putting in some serious work, though, also getting the pick on the Carbon Deco and an assist on that Grim Range, meaning that the Blob... Oh, man, that Blob was the last one in play. However, it is now Pickup's tower, and they are taking it back to mid.
Less than a minute here to go. Omega sharking around the tower, but a lot of purple ink that they're kind of stuck in here. Somehow swims through all of it without dying. It does have a little chicken rush to go with it, but Bishop does go down on the Grim Range, and so does Chico. So Archer last player left alive is Omega, who does get a trade, but this is the opportunity that Pickup wants here. They can push this tower deep into the enemy base. They can try to go for that lead, or try to go for a full checkpoint lead, as you see Misa doing a good job getting on this scaffold area here. Just kind of, oh, they didn't see Archer coming around that backside. So Archer getting a nice kind of pick there, shooting a player at their back, but Emmett jumping out, and we are going to see a GG Ray coming out here at some point. And, but Archer does have armor. That can kind of do a little bit to hold on, to fend off that Stingray a little bit. And Archer getting taken down. The Stingray went straight for Archer first and is now going for the tower. What a heads-up play, making sure that they didn't pop that armor and didn't have it to work with. And that is a wipe. Pickup playing very nicely there. And again, you got to go back to the one play that Misa did with the Inkjet that just kind of changed the momentum of that game and gave this win and the lead of this set to Pickup.
What a fantastic match that was. That tower was just back and forth the entire time. It was absolutely incredible to watch. And like you said, Misa with that inkjet, what a fantastic job. You really have to admire somebody who has incredible inkjet aim. And that Stingray was absolutely a fantastic call. You could tell that taking out Archer was a priority for them because he was consistently the last one alive on the side of... on that team, and it looks like we will be moving forward to Clamblitz Mako, which is a wonderful map.
Clamblitz Mako Mart. This is going to be a good one for Foams if they want to get back into the set and tie it back up at 2 apiece. You know, they've had their opportunities. Foams has been coming out and holding solid leads in all 3 of these games. They just haven't been able to hold on to them towards the end of the game. Just kind of one pick happens here, or one well-coordinated push lands there for Pickup, and that's really been the difference. Otherwise, this could very easily be a 3-0 set in the favor of Foams right now. So if Foams can find a way to get reestablished, get a win here, escape Mako Mart with a W, and tie this up, they'll be right back in this one. But if you're Foams, you got to just be saying, hey, we might be losing in this set, but we've had all of our opportunities. We can't say that we can't hang with these guys.
These matches have been incredibly even, and I will say we did give the comp advantage to Pickup last time around, but this time I am going to give the comp advantage to Foams. Blob has so many situations to work with, and we have just seen how well that Carbon can dance through ink, shark around ledges, and get sweet fall-off damage on their opponents. So I do expect Foams to pull out the victory here.
All the players starting to ready up here. A very critical game for Gitch. We are so happy to have you here as the clock is striking ever so closer to midnight here on this school night. But you got nothing else better to do. Let's watch some competitive Splatoon together. Let's just enjoy Hump Day here as Emmett sticking with that C-Jet that's been working so well and across all these modes, not just Rainmaker and Tower Control, but Splat Zones as well. And we're going to be busting it back out here for Clam Blitz. Noir coming out with the Vanilla Tri-Slosher. Obviously another good sloshing map as well. And no real comp change on the side of Foams. They have a little bit of capability to switch it up to go with a with an inkjet weapon if they wanted to. Instead, still going to stick with this Carbon Roller Grim Range Blaster they've been using so far.
Yeah, and it does look like 2 members are down on the side of pickup. Carbon and the Blob both have their specials ready to go. Carbon does pop the Chicken Rush, Blob pops the Suction Bomb Rush, and they are working their way towards their opponent's basket. Pickup has their armor ready to go, but they're not going to pop it. Archer is going to dunk that Clam. We have seen Archer pull off some very sick Clams pushes these last 2 sets, and it looks like that is heading down. It looks like they might even be able to get it to below 50 remaining, and they do, keeping that basket open with 47 remaining. The Blaster is the last one up, but it does look like they're the one coming out of spawn, and Pickup is going to have to start beginning their counter push, taking control of mid and painting up.
Now, we've seen this story before in this set. This has been the story of all 3 games leading up to this one. Foam's getting a lead. The question is, can they hold on to it? This isn't the most difficult map to score on. So the baskets are so close to each other. It's kind of a more condensed map, especially considered some of the other Clam Blitz maps are a little bit more difficult to get to the basket, but so far Foam's doing a good job, and it looks like they're going to get another push going off here. They do pop the basket. They do get rid of the penalty points if they can get one more Clam in there, and they do start adding some more points as well. Bishop being the last player left alive and no Clams actually gets taken down, and this is actually a little bit of a scary situation. You do not want to get wiped while you're pushing on this map, because you're basically giving control of mid and your side of the map into the favor of the enemy team, and that is what Pickup is recognizing. Going immediately up there, Emmett firing the Stingray, looking for somebody to splat, and 3 players go down, and getting wiped right there might do in Foams, as Pickup is able to pop the basket, and they're likely to do a lot more damage than just that.
Yeah, they were tossing Clams to each other. We do see that Inkjet come out. The try does pop armor, but they might even let this basket close here. They don't have players in position. Never mind, they do. They managed to keep that basket open for just a little bit. They currently do have Clams. They are tossing them in. They are managing to take lead here with 33 remaining, and they even dunk a power Clam in there, taking that lead down to 13, but now they are wiped. It is Foam's turn to paint up. Now they're also going to have a pity. That is something that you said you definitely want to be very wary of. Archer has shown how capable he is with that power Clam. The Blob is the one currently holding it, but Archer does have 9 Clams. They can easily make another power, and that's exactly what's going on. But you don't want 2 players to have all of your Clams, and because that's exactly what happens. We do see Chico going down with that power Clam, and they're just juggling all 3 of them, trying to keep them alive, but that's not a situation you want to be in. Div 5 Omega does manage to dunk an additional Clam, clearing away their penalty points. Someone else is chunking Clams from somewhere else as well. I can't quite see them, but unfortunately Foams is now wiped.
Oh, they got wiped, and they might get KO'd right here. Getting wiped with another player already, just waiting for the basket to drop. So you just give them a free Mercy Clam to grab, and you see that Mercy Clam jumping in here, and that will get rid of all of the penalty points. And this last player, Misa, getting left alive. So there you go. They don't... Foams does a very good job to stay alive, and they need to strike right now. They got a wipe right here. They need to move up, and they need to capture a lot of space, and you see them do just that, building up a power Clam. And keep in mind, they do have another one back home, but they're having a lot of difficulty getting points up on the board. You saw the last push that they used out there. A good idea, because one player saw a window open, but the other players weren't ready to go in with them and died as well. So not a lot of opportunities are being given to them by Pickup after that initial push. And Archer, who is doing a good job getting splats and is holding on to this power Clam, can't really find a window to work with, and that's just giving more time for Pickup to build up their specials. And you see Stingray coming out, and you see Armor coming out, and all of a sudden all that advantage that Foams had is slowly slipping away as they're being forced back into their own base.
You do see Archer trying to take that 1v1 over there in groceries. However, he does go down just because of that first-person camera. It is very easy to throw off your aim there if you manage to duck yourself into a corner. Foams did have 26 clams, but unfortunately, whoever was carrying them did go down. We do see them trying to work up desperately towards Pickup's basket, but they are not quite being successful with that. There are 2 members down on the side of Pickup. One of them is coming out of spawn. Bish does try to push that power clam, but goes down as well. Omega is managing to keep going. Chico might be able to pull lead here. They pull lead in overtime. Oh my god. Fantastic job, Foams there. What clean. Clean, bruh. Clean.
They didn't realize that Omega was on the paper towels right behind them. All the players on Pickup swarming into that freezer area right in front of the basket, but then you look right behind you. There's a carbon roller with enough clams just chucking them for free. And Foams, who looked like they had no business winning that game, found a way to get a critical win there and ties this set back up. It looked like that was the first time. Yeah. Foams had their lead initially, but that was the first time where it looked like Pickup was in control for the vast majority of that game. And it's weird to say because Pickup has won 2 games up to this point, but Pickup looked like the better team right there. But they just let one carbon roller slip in behind them at the worst time and get the win. It's one of those games where it feels like Pickup did everything right, responded to the wipes they got, defending correctly, pushing up, getting a lot of points off of all the counter pushes they were able to pop off. But yeah, just one little mental error there of losing track of one player was the difference. In Foams escapes the grocery store with this set still tied at 2 apiece.
This set is just back and forth. It is incredibly even, and this is such an exciting set to watch for SOS Grand Finals. I definitely can't wait to see which team comes out on top here as we move forward to Rainmaker Starfish. Definitely a very exciting map mode, and I can't wait to watch.
Well, you're not going to have to wait much longer because they've already started here. Stingray almost certainly going to be coming out from Emmett here on Pickup. Yes, no surprises. They'll begin with the Nautilus from Misa. And, Blob's going to work out. It seems like there's always a Blobobbler now on an IPL stream, but Blob's going to work out really well here. Rainmaker, no Object Shredder on that Blob, which is fine. It's still going to rip through that Rainmaker pretty quickly as they instantly get the pop to mid and take down one player with it. Misa doing kind of forced to back up into their snipe here, just kind of waiting for any player from Foam to kind of push up so that they can get the splat around the corner there. And yeah, things kind of stalled out, at least initially here, as now the players are starting to push up, and Misa doing a good job of punishing all of it, taking down a couple of players and popping this Inkjet, forcing the suction bomb rush from that Blobobbler back. And now, all of a sudden, even though it looked like Foam's got the early control of mid, Pickup is now starting to push up. But just as I say that, they lose 2 players immediately.
The last thing you want is for Archer to be holding objective, and they do manage to get the pick on Archer. That Splattershot Jr. putting in serious work, dancing around that Grim Range. Unfortunately, the Grim Range does manage to get the pick, but Misa is right there behind them to just avenge their teammate of that poor Splattershot. And it looks like Pickup is going to manage to pop that Stingray. They are trying to be as aggressive as possible here as the Rainmaker does reset. 2 members are down on each side. It is a situation where you potentially could push, but you really probably shouldn't. Pickup is continuing to go down, though. Man, there are just picks all over the board here. It's almost impossible to keep track.
A very nice, of all the picks that are going on, it's not affecting the scoreboard a lot. And you see Omega doing a good job pushing up here, but immediately gets taken down. And the Rainmaker stuck in an awkward spot. Just drowning an enemy. Even though 30 points remaining, that's not a lead you should feel totally comfortable with. Omega's still alive. I want to know where that carbon roller is. If I am Foams, I know they died recently. Okay, they're back on the opposite side of the map. Oh, actually, no. Kind of sharking on this left side here. I don't think they're going to get to the Rainmaker in time, but still, they're opting to pick up the Rainmaker instead of letting it reset, combined with this Stingray, and the Rainmaker is going to be going in mid safely away from the Carbon Roller, who's now starting to move and is now starting to bash the Rainmaker a little bit. Chico getting a nice splat there with the bubbles as well. But 30 points remaining. Not all you got to do is basically touch that ramp, which can be difficult to do when you get in that freezer. But once again, on anything to do with Rainmaker, no lead is safe, especially with only half of the game gone on the clock.
Rainmaker is going to reset. Chico did go for that quick pop with the section bomb rush and chose not to pick it up, even though they probably could have. Just stalling for time as they're trying to take seconds off the clock. Their NZAP is down though. That's not a player that you want down on your team. And Chico is choosing the fallback, choosing to go for a snipe, trying to get a height advantage over the Rainmaker. Misa is an incredible threat with that Inkjet. You want to stay the heck away from that Inkjet and wait it out. Pickup is managing to take control of mid here. There's a lot of green paint in mid. Nor falls back in order to try and pop missiles and give calls to their team. 2 members are down on the side of Foams. This may be Pickup's opportunity to begin their counter push.
2 players down, and yeah, they got to get control of the enemy. Oh, a little bit of looks like there might have been a little bit of confusion. A couple of players trying to figure out who wanted to pick up the Rainmaker there. And all of a sudden, that little stall, instead of pushing up into the enemy plat or somewhere in that pit to try to get something going, they ended up giving Foams the right opportunity they needed to get established to defend. Very nice. Emmett getting up into the snipe area here. But is greeted with a whole host of burst bombs from the Grim Rage and the Carbon Roller. Just a lot of chip damage doing them in there. Misa going a good job of getting a trade, but these trades are not going to work up in Pickup's favor. They need to get these splats clean if they want to find an opportunity to get going here, because right now they only got paint on their side of the map. They cannot get across mid.
With 40 seconds left, 2 members down on the side of Foams. This is an opportunity for Pickup to take advantage if they manage to get their comms straight. It does look like they do manage to do that, but Norm falls just a little bit back when they really should be pulling up. There were two teammates ahead of them trying to paint up as they could, but they chose to try and take that fight on snipe. Perhaps not the best situation. You don't want to be necessarily firing when you only have 20 seconds left. That Stingray is ready to go on the side of Pickup, but there's not much you can do with it if you're falling back with the Rainmaker when you currently are at a disadvantage. That Stingray is trying to shield Luke is in as they try to push up. With 3 seconds remaining, they are going to try and force this into overtime, but now this is an opportunity for that Carbon Roller or Archer to just jump out of nowhere and shut down this push. But they might not be able to, as Luke is pushing forward. All they need to do is jump, and they do, and they take that victory straight out of Foam's hands.
Bruh. Foams was the better team for 5 minutes and 10 seconds. They straight up were. They dominated that game from start to finish. They got the pop. They got the push. They held mid. They held all their sides. I mean, look at all the splats that Pickup has right there. It's way more than what Foams is, but that's a defender's advantage where they're getting all those picks. But that's how Rainmaker is. A bad 5 seconds is all it needs to end the game, and 3 players immediately went down. The Grim Range was the last player left alive, and all of a sudden, Pickup, which steals a victory yet again from Foams, who is showing that they are more than capable of hanging with these guys. They can win, but they're going to have to win 2 in a row. First game being Splat Zones at Schellendorf Institute, and they're going to use Blob regardless, but if you use the kind of right weapon, I'm not convinced Blob is going to work against this C-Jet up here on top of that glass.
Yeah, I'll be honest, as a Blob main myself, I do struggle with Schellendorf Splat Zones. I know people say that's typically a very good Blob map, but it's so unique just because Blob is such an ink-hungry weapon. I believe you get 12 to 17 shots per ink tank, and that's just not enough to be camping on top of zone like you could if you had a different weapon. I'm very curious to see how they choose to approach the situation, whether or not they're going to be positioning themselves on glass, because then you also have to watch watch out with Misa with that Inkjet, which they have shown that they can very clearly dominate with. It does look like Pickup is taking a little bit more time to settle out their comp situation. They are at the advantage right now. This is match point for Pickup if they manage to take the W here. This is something that they want to approach very calmly, very cautiously. They know that they did not do well in that last match. Honestly, it could even be considered luck that they won that last match. Foams just went down at the wrong time, and Luke isn't really managed to clutch up with that Rainmaker. This is anybody's match.
Just a little off topic here. Who let JPEG in chat? Who's responsible for that? Come on, mods, clean up this JPEG here. Anyways, Splatzone Schellendorf Institute. Wow, we don't see this one too often. And look, coming out with the Fire Fin, finally dropping the C-Jet. Often go with the Fire Fin. Works out really well in this map. You can just put a wall up there. You can throw suction bombs from the top of the glass. And that is going to be a problem for the Blob. I don't even know if the Blob should be going up top there. If that Charger can just do a good job of keeping them at bay. Archer coming down below, dodging shots from that Charger. And popping some armor to go along with it. But yeah, the key here is going to be who can control their glass and make the enemy player on their glass the most uncomfortable. And it's going to be, it looks like, oh yeah, as long as that Charger got a nice double right there. As long as that Charger's up top there, Foams cannot do anything. They need to answer for Emmett now if they want to stay in this tournament.
And Emmett is holding that suction bomb rush for that re-engagement, smartly choosing to hide behind that block there. It does look like that K-Shot is going to have difficulty re-engaging as they try to move forward. It looks like we are seeing that suction bomb rush finally coming out to try and counter that blob suction bomb rush. Both of those backlines are desperately trying to compete with each other on glass. Emmett currently is at an advantage here with that NZAP being down, meaning he doesn't have to fight against somebody's armor. The blob, once again, popping that suction bomb rush, being that third suction bomb rush within a minute and 15 seconds of this match. That's incredible special output, but it just isn't enough quite yet. They did clear their penalty points. They are working up a lead, but they have their work cut out for them.
Trying to establish some control here, firing some missiles, and the key is going to be, can they get up on top of that glass? Emmett finally goes down, the first death of Emmett in this game, and you see a lot of Foam players starting to push up. This is their window to create a lockout. Sure, they have control of zone, but they can get a KO right here if they play this just right. They're doing a good job of putting paint on the enemy side of the map. They're building up their own specials. However, Pickup is getting some specials of their own. Bishop goes down, and there's an armored Inkjet firing at a lot of players, and there's the suction bomb rush coming from Emmett's Fire Fin, and the zone going right back into control of Pickup. But a lot of points scored there by Foams. Yeah, they got a lot of penalty points that they're going to have to chew through later, but that push is going to pay dividends over the course of this game if they can find a way to break out of this lockout yet again. They've done it before. They need to find a way to do it again, and it starts with taking care of the enemy glass. As you see a lot of these suction bombs coming out, and then the bubble's doing enough to cap the zone right back. But more importantly is the splat on Lucas, the junior that's been putting down a lot of paint. That is going to be key if Foams wants to hold onto the zone instead of just capping it.
They managed to cap there. They do have their K-Shot down currently, but the Zap is down on the side of Pickup. That knot does pop Inkjet, and the junior pops armor. That is a deadly combo. We have seen what Misa can pull off with that Inkjet. The last thing you want is for them to have armor. It does look like that Grim Rage is desperately trying to get that sniper. They know that the sniper is the issue here. They do need to get Emmett in order to be able to have a successful push. They are chewing through those penalty points. However, it does look like they're going to have difficulty here maintaining control of zone. They managed to keep it, but that sniper is still up. Bish getting a clean pick on Misa, and it looks like they're going to be able to clear through those penalty points after all, especially if that blob paints over those bombs. Oh, I take that back.
Yeah, it's and now we start to see the push starting to unravel as all these players are starting to die. But Bishop is starting to heat up with that Grim Range Blaster. They came in before that little sequence we saw there where they got a nice double. They only had one splat so far in this game, and now they're starting to get three. So it doesn't, again, not a lot of splats coming out from the side of Foams, but they're coming right at the right times, and that's what's keeping them in this game. Still a lot of penalty points to go through, but once they go through all these penalty points here, if they can get a nice pick on Lucas, who's working around, trying to retreat a little bit, Lucas doing a very good job of staying alive there to funnel some players into that Inkjet, but the Inkjet only taking care of one player, and that is a trade, and that is going to be zoned back into control of Pickup, and 45 seconds left to go. The clock is ticking on Foams. Omega firing missiles at Emmett, and it's going to be enough to chase them away just for a little bit, but Omega goes down as well. They can't just keep capping these zones. They need players alive to run with the caps that they're getting. And they might have an opportunity to do just that. Suction bombs coming out here. Penalty points are getting away for Pickup though, and those suction bombs aren't going to be enough, and 2 players are going to go down from the side of Foams. Oh, this is starting to look like history is repeating itself. It's starting to look like Pickup might just win this tournament yet again. The Blob desperately trying to do something, but it's not enough. Sorry to all the foamers in chat. Pickup has won SOS again.
Fantastic on the side of Pickup. Congratulations to them for taking grand finals of SOS. Foams put up a fantastic fight. You know, they really did manage to keep a lot of these matches incredibly even, but Pickup just managed to put in those clutches and those picks exactly when they needed to, take objective exactly when they needed to. But this was a fantastic set. If I was either of these teams, I would be reaching out to the other and trying to schedule as many scrims as possible. All of these players can go incredibly far.
And what is the one thing we're going to point to in that game 6? Emmett top fragging with that Firefin charger with 10 KA across the entire board. Again, they didn't have an answer for it. Their comp just wasn't really built for it. They did have some things they could work with. They did do out double missile, but ultimately they just did, Pickup just did a better job of protecting each other. You saw whenever a player was under attack, they would just retreat a little bit, and all of a sudden here comes an Inkjet from Misa on top to try to scare off that last player that was funneled into them. And ultimately Pickup, yeah, I mean, Foams, again, all 6 of those games. Foams could have very easily won all 6 of those games. There's no question about it. But Pickup, the experience, this is why they always win these tournaments. They do the right play at the right time to get the win, and their experience was flexed there in that final game 6. And that is going to do it. SOS 39 on 39th tournament of SOS completed in the books. Nice to see. Absolutely one of the more fantastic tournaments that we have seen here on IPL. And that is going to do it for us tonight. Skep, where can people find you?
My name is Skepidillions. You can find me on Twitter and Twitch at Skepidillions as seen on screen.
And hey, just one more quick announcement. If you have not signed up for Low Ink yet, and you are a team that is eligible to sign up for Low Ink, what are you waiting for, you idiots? Sign up for Low Ink now. Don't go to bed just yet. Go to Battlefy IPL Inkling Performance Labs, find Low Ink, and register for it now so that our verification team can start verifying you. Do not wait to the last minute. That is how you make a very angry JPEG. Do it now. And with that being said, we will see you guys again. Their next stream will be on Saturday with Low Ink. We will see you then. But for now, Pickup wins yet another SOS over Foams by a final score of 4-2. From all of us here at IPL, our producer Kraken Fair, myself, and Skep, the head TOs for this tournament, Sky and Grace, and all of their lovely and talented staff who help put on this tournament on a weekly basis. We thank you for watching us. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll see you on Friday or Saturday for Low Ink.
Stay